Please welcome to the stage Chairman Ned Norris of the Tohono O'odham Nation to offer an opening prayer.
Wusi Chamui, Anyabchugik Ned Norris Jr. I'm just Tohono O'odham Nation, Arihonia Wui. It's always an honor to be asked to speak to our Creator. I wanted to thank the organizers of this Tribal Leaders Summit for this honor. Our O'odham ancestors, the Hohokam, and the current Tohono O'odham have lived in southern Arizona region since time immemorial. Historically, as a people, we would conduct a pilgrimage to the ocean for prayer. We would pray to the ocean and ask for the ocean's strength and our Creator for blessings of family, friends, loved ones, community, and other purposes. Spiritual or cultural runners were used and would lead the pilgrimage participants on this journey. The runners, in leading the pilgrimage, would cleanse or purify the road the participants traveled on, and in doing so would help make the journey a success for all. Today, I offer this opening prayer in the form of a song, a runner song, a song that represents the spiritual runners and offers blessings to all tribal nations here today and tomorrow, as well as all tribal nations throughout the United States. In offering this song, I call on the spiritual runners to cleanse and purify the road for our tribal nations, the entire Biden-Harris administration, and Secretary of Interior Deb Haaland, so that they may continue to lead our great nation for the benefit of all. May the Creator continue to bless every one of us. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Governor Martin Kawimi of the Pueblo of Laguna.
Thank you. Guazi hopa, aniati gaiutis, kunatasi sai wakshna, awati wamtan, herti, dranarish, stranistia, saiti ityat, katsats winnerka. With that, good morning, Mr. President, honorable cabinet secretaries, members of Congress, tribal leaders and guests. Wahinama, Tsawaisi, Yami Hano, Kureti, Shashkawashti. My name is Governor Martin Kawimi Jr. from the Pueblo of Laguna. As a tribal leader, it is a great feeling to know we are welcome in our nation's capital. It's a great feeling to know we are welcome in our nation's capital, also to know fellow Native Americans are serving at various levels within the department of our federal government. It's amazing to hear Native language spoken here within the White House. I am grateful for the advocacy by our tribal leaderships to ensure Native Americans serve at the national level. I congratulate Chief Lynn Merlebaugh as the first Native American to serve as Treasurer of the United States. Thank you. I applaud Honorable Congresswoman Sharice Davids from Kansas, one of the first 2 Native Americans within women elected to Congress. With that said, I'm honored to introduce our next speaker. She comes from the Pueblo of Laguna, Hatsat Magea, the village of Masita, and is from the Shuamihano, the Turquoise clan. Our Pueblo is very proud of her and the role she carries on behalf of all tribal communities. She was elected as one of the first 2 Native Americans to serve as a cabinet secretary. Please join me in welcoming our sister from the Pueblo Laguna, Secretary of the Interior, Deb Haaland.
Thank you. It's a built-in stool here. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Governor Kawimi, for that very kind introduction. I'm filled with joy this morning. I'm so happy to see all of you. Thank you for being here. And before I give my remarks, I just really want to acknowledge all of the staff, the White House staff, the Department of Interior staff, who worked tirelessly for months. It might look like this all fell together pretty easily, but they have been working for months and months on this summit so that we can make sure that it is nice for all of you, and I'm just very grateful for the staff. So if we could give them all a quick applause, that would be great. Guatsi haupa, duhiname itzatiwitsa shuimi hanu. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Department of the Interior and to the Biden-Harris administration's first in-person White House Tribal Nations Summit. It's a tremendous honor to see all of us gathered in this building together. Standing here with you today, I feel the ancestors smiling down on us as we usher in a new era for Indigenous people. Since day one, President Biden made the commitment to bring our voices to the decision-making table, to engage in meaningful nation-to-nation consultation, and to honor our trust and treaty obligations to tribes. Sometimes, I lose sight of just how much progress we've made over the last 2 years. In just 20 months, Interior alone has invested more than $45 billion into Indian country through the American Rescue Plan, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, and the Inflation Reduction Act. $45 billion. For context, that's more than 15 years' worth of Bureau of Indian Affairs budget in less than 2 years. This funding is transformational. It will strengthen communities, empower Native people, and support our next generations. Yes, it will help address historical injustices now, but it also invests in our future. I often think about how much we owe to our ancestors. I think about their fight to preserve our cultures, to protect our lands, children, languages, and ways of life in the face of so many hardships and tragedy due to the terrible assimilation policies. I think about their fight to keep our identities and our unbreakable connection to the earth, to each other, and to future generations. President Biden and I understand that living up to this enduring legacy must happen through bold action and genuine consultation. We accomplish this work by honoring Indigenous knowledge that has survived millennia, like the recent transfer of the National Bison Range to the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes in Montana. During our celebration, we listened as the songs to summon bison filled the air. This land transfer ensures the connection of future generations of CSKT members will remain and that our country will benefit from the knowledge they impart to manage those herds. This work happens through historic co-management agreements, like the one executed this year between the Interior and the U.S. Forest Service and the 5 tribes that have traditional history with the Bears Ears National Monument. And we are accomplishing this work by bringing long overdue attention to the federal government's brutal assimilation policies and a commitment to strengthen and rebuild what had been lost. The Federal Indian Boarding School Initiative is about more than reliving the trauma of our past. It's about making sure that survivors of these brutal federal policies are seen and heard, and that their stories are told to future generations. It's about rebuilding the bonds that the federal government attempted to steal from us. As part of this effort, Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs Brian Newland and I launched the Road to Healing this year, which is a commitment to travel across the country to hear directly from survivors of the federal Indian boarding school system. I am excited to share that in 2023, with new and generous funding from the National Endowment for the Humanities, we will begin a first-ever oral history project for survivors. This has never been undertaken by the United States government and is a resource that I know many of you will have requested as part of your own work to document your own history. This project demonstrates the new era I spoke of. Over the next 2 days, you will hear even more about the work that is happening and the opportunities with your partnerships that lie ahead. What is most exciting to me are the new investments to strengthen tribal communities, because you know best how to care for and support your people. Let me briefly share 3 examples about what that collaboration looks like here at Interior. First, we're creating a new Office of Strategic Partnerships, which will promote innovative solutions for Indian country, cutting across conservation, education, and economic development. I'm particularly excited as one of the first partnerships, the Bureau of Indian Education will work with the Trust for Public Lands to build 9 new schoolyards in tribal communities across the country. Every child deserves access to the outdoors, and this partnership will ensure that our children have safe places to play. Next, we are taking the notion of tribal co-stewardship and elevating the Indigenous knowledge to the next level as we address climate change, the challenge of our lifetime. From wildfires and drought to widespread loss of species and their habitats, if we are going to successfully overcome these threats, we must work together. Today, the Departments of Interior and Agriculture are outlining a series of new steps to ensure tribes can participate in the stewardship of federal lands and waters. That includes producing a first-of-its-kind report on the many existing legal authorities we have as agencies to advance co-stewardship with tribal nations. As the United States works to honor our trust and treaty responsibilities to protect tribal sovereignty and revitalize tribal communities, we must also protect access to resources for subsistence and cultural and spiritual practices. It is by acknowledging and empowering tribes as partners in the co-stewardship of our country's lands and waters that every American will benefit from strengthened management of federal lands and resources. I am thrilled that the Department of Commerce has joined our effort as part of our all-of-government approach to Indian country. And finally, I'm proud to announce that this administration is doubling down on efforts to connect tribal communities into the future. Today, the Departments of Interior, Commerce, and the Federal Communications Commission are releasing an unprecedented MOU on spectrum access over tribal lands. Because tribal lands remain one of the most digitally disconnected areas in the world, our agencies will work together to provide tribes with new electromagnetic spectrum opportunities and, for the first time, a seat at the table for national broadband policy development. This comes as Interior establishes a new Office of Indigenous Communication and Technology to better protect tribes' digital resources and modernize tribal economic development opportunities. All of these new tools will help strengthen our nation-to-nation relationship while ensuring that communities have the tools, both new and old, to reach true self-determination and move toward a more prosperous era for Indian country. There's so much more to discuss, and I'm so excited about what the next few days at this summit will yield. I will see many of you during our lunches over the next several days, and we'll use those opportunities to visit with you. I also want to make sure that everyone knows that tomorrow morning at 7:45 a.m., right outside on the steps on C Street, we will take an official group photo, because nothing says we have arrived than 300 tribal leaders on the steps of the Department of the Interior. So we want to memorialize this time together. So please set your alarms a little early, and I will be there. I hope to see you all on the steps, and also just in this building. We're so proud and happy to have all of you here. If you need anything at all, please don't hesitate to reach out to any staff member. We will make sure that you are comfortable, that you are happy, and that your needs are being fulfilled while you're here. I am so proud for your participation. I am proud of the commitment that we will make together, all the commitments that we'll make together, so that we can continue to build progress for our future. Dawa'a. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you.
There's a speaker timer right here. You don't have to have a timer. It's on the stage.
I'll keep an eye on it for you, Chief Hoskin.
Morgan. Oh, different.
Please welcome to the stage for a conversation on education and native languages, Principal Chief Chuck Hoskin of the Cherokee Nation, Chief Executive Melanie Benjamin of the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe, Secretary Miguel Cardona from the United States Department of Education, Secretary Deb Holland from the United States Department of the Interior. This discussion will be moderated by Anne Marie Bledsoe Downs, Principal Deputy Solicitor at the United States Department of the Interior. Anne Marie is an enrolled member of the Winnebago Tribe.
Hainapi, Hina Karagina. Good morning. I greet you all. My name is Anne-Marie Bledsoe Downs, and it's a thrill to be here with you all, our 10th Tribal Nations Summit, my 5th. And I'm thrilled to be moderating the Education and Native Languages panel. We're a few minutes behind, and as they say, Anne-Marie, you have one job. And so I'm going to try and make up a little bit of time, but we have a phenomenal panel here for you today. To my immediate left, a lady who needs no introduction, Secretary Deb Haaland. And I guess I will, since she's already had an introduction, I just might say a New Mexican, a proud New Mexican, where both my mother and my brother also live. So thrilled to highlight that part of it. I will also introduce Secretary Cardona. He's the 12th Secretary of Education, and he previously served as Commissioner of Education in Connecticut. And while serving in that position, he faced the unprecedented challenge of responding to the COVID-19 pandemic and led the safe reopening of the efforts in Connecticut. His approach to leadership there focused on partnerships, and his work at all levels is always driven by a focus on equity and excellence for all leaders. He has had 2 decades of experience as a public school educator, and he has a master's in bicultural education, administrator preparation program, a doctorate in education, and he is very active in his community, serving on many nonprofit and charitable organization boards of directors. But his greatest source of pride is his family. He and his beautiful wife, Marissa, are the proud parents of 2 children. And for our tribal leaders, I would like to quickly introduce Chief Executive Melanie Benjamin from the Mille Lacs Band. She is was first elected to the 4-year term of Chief Executive in 2000 and was reelected in 2004, 8, 12, 16, and 20. She previously served as the band's Commissioner of Administration and Senior Vice President of Administration and Finance at Grand Casino. As Chief Executive, she leads the executive branch of the band's government and is responsible for conducting external relations with other governments. She holds numerous boards appointments, and just to highlight a few, she is on the Native American Finance Officers Association, Women Empowering Women for Indian Nations, the American Indian Law Resource Center, the National Indian Gaming Association, and the U.S. Attorney General Tribal Nations Leadership Council. She holds a master's degree in education and a bachelor's in business administration. And last but certainly not least, Principal Chief Hoskin. He serves as the Principal Chief of the Cherokee Nation, the largest tribe in the United States with more than 440,000 citizens. Prior to being elected in 2019, he was Cherokee Nation's Secretary of State and also served as a member of the Council of the Cherokee Nation. As Principal Chief, he has increased the minimum wage at the Cherokee Nation and Cherokee Nation businesses and secured the largest language investment in the tribe's history to expand the tribe's cultural preservation. He appointed the tribe's first delegate to the U.S. Congress, and he prioritized health and wellness initiatives, including record investments in behavioral health and addiction treatment. He holds a BA and JD degrees from the University of Oklahoma. Can you join me in welcoming all of my panelists? So a quick note about our format today, and this will follow for most of the panels that are happening over the course of the next couple of days. I'll ask each of the panelists a series of questions, and then at the end, we will open it up to questions from the audience. And I understand Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs, Weezy Little Elk Garriott, will be helping me with that portion of the session. And our goal is to try and get as many tribal leader questions in as we can. So with that, I will turn to the very first question, and that is for Principal Chief Hoskin. Principal Chief Hoskin, what does Native language preservation and revitalization look like in your community?
Well, in the Cherokee Nation, I think the overarching thing it looks like is we want everyone in the Cherokee Nation to be on the mission to save the Cherokee language. I mean, that's so important. I mean, the truth is, most Cherokees are like their chief. They don't speak Cherokee. And we have 441,000 citizens and only 2,000 fluent speakers left, so we want everybody to understand the purpose. And the purpose is that whether you speak Cherokee or not, you know, it's somewhere in your heart, and that's true in all tribal nations. And it connects us back to our creation. And that's why it's important, because if that link is broken, and this is what we talk about in the Cherokee Nation, it is irreparable in terms of the damage to the Cherokee Nation. It's almost an existential effort to save this language. So first and foremost is to make sure everybody's on the mission. It's not just something nice to do, it's something we must do. And the other thing it looks like in the Cherokee Nation is we have a sense of urgency. Those 2,000 fluent speakers are mostly over the age of 70. And so what we talk about a lot is we've endured a great deal in our history, as every tribal representative here knows about their history. The pressures and the obstacles and the damage that has been done to the Cherokee Nation, whether it's been federal Indian policy, whether it's been colonization, whether it's been any number of pressures or injustices, the biggest obstacle we face now is the passage of time and the fragility of human life when you have most of our speakers over the age of 70. So there's an urgency. So against that backdrop, we are putting historic sums into this effort because it matters and because we have to move with haste. So we've created what I think is a very effective language program that's comprehensive. It starts with pre-K through middle school immersion. And it continues on with programming in our high school. And then we have what I think is a really innovative and effective master apprentice language program so that adult learners who want to go on to fluency can do so with 2 years of intensive training. And we've recently put all of that under one roof, a really remarkable facility called the Durbin Feeling Language Center, named after our great language warrior, late great language warrior, Durbin Feeling. That means that all of these programs we have that I think are very effective are all under one roof, and the sum is greater than the parts. You've got pre-K kids learning Cherokee, reading, writing, arithmetic in Cherokee, and next door we have a language village for elders, and so that you have this really, for the first time in generations in the Cherokee Nation, a community experience where the language is spoken organically, and there's this real sense that we can save it. So we have the programming, number one, to save the language. I think it's going to be effective. The other thing is this: the damage done to Native peoples and our language has taken on many forms. And what we know about our fluent speakers is that many of them are living in difficult conditions. Many of them are living in substandard housing, not all, but some. Some of them are in other types of difficulties, whether it's health, whether it's where they live, economic opportunity, things they're struggling with. So we've dedicated something called Speaker Services. We have decided that if we're going to save the Cherokee language, we've got to save the communities where the language is spoken, and we've got to go in and protect and lift up the elders that still speak it. So it's not just about teaching Cherokee, it's about making sure we send a second language fluent speaker to an elder's home so that if she has a roof that's leaking, but she's not going to go into the housing office, we go to her and we help lift her up. And then suddenly everybody knows we're on this mission to save this language, and it's not just about language instruction. It's about saving the speakers. Because if we don't reach out and help the speakers, we can't expect them to help us on this mission. They need to live a good quality of life. So it's a comprehensive program. We couldn't do it without our federal partners. That Durbin Feeling Language Center I mentioned was built with the 477 program with the Department of Interior. The Department of Interior made that happen, and I'm very proud of it.
Thank you very much, Principal Chief. That's wonderful. A lot to be learned there. I'm going to, before turning it to Secretary Holland and Secretary Cardona, ask Chief Executive Benjamin to share from her perspective what's happening with revitalization efforts in her community.
Buju Anina Nishnabe Duke, Mino Gijigad Nungom, Mandaman Indigenous Cause, Melanie Benjamin Indigo. Good morning. And when you think about language revitalization and you think about we as Anishinaabe, the original people, we have teachings, we have our ceremonies that have been provided to us from birth to death, and along those lifelines, all of those teachings have to be done in Ojibwe. And to get that full impact of who you are as Anishinaabe, you need to know the full meaning of the language. And Mille Lacs Band, I'm proud to say, was the place where Ojibwe people came to learn about the culture, the traditions, and the language. Many people would come to the band, team up with our elders to learn, and then they would take what they learned and perfect it along the way. So we have a lot of second speaker instructors and master apprentices. And when you think about that sometimes we don't realize the importance of that as Anishinaabe and Mille Lacs Band, and our elders, again, have passed, and with that, they take that teaching with them in that language. So we also came to the point where we noticed that we had so little elders and first language speakers that we needed to look at this as one of the highest priorities to make sure we continued to teach that language, because in that language, it's all about who we are as people, it's our values, it's our systems. So we also then looked at master apprentice programs, immersion in our Head Start in our schools, and also a very exciting program that we have is the Rosetta Stone Partnership. So we have Ojibwe language through the Rosetta Stone, where anyone can now go onto the program and learn the language. And there are 137 tribes, I believe, that are participating along with the Mille Lacs Band. And we've also created books in Ojibwe, so you have to be fluent to read the books and the lessons for the kids, and we wanted to make sure that that was possible. And along with that, we also used our federal partners, 477, that teamed up with us and provided a lot of support for us to be able to provide this opportunity for the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe and any other tribal person that wants to learn the Ojibwe language. So I'm very proud that we have that. And I know our elders talk about when they worked on this project that it made them so happy. They felt so good that they were going to be able to provide something that the 7 generations will always have access to. And so we looked at that as a way to making sure that we provide this opportunity. And one of the other things, you have to, of course, pay to get on the Rosetta Stone. And our elders said, we do not want anybody to have to pay the Mille Lacs Band to learn the language, because they felt that that wasn't what we were looking for. And we have language tables, we have where people get together and they do all these activities, and just having the opportunity for that through federal partners and the Mille Lacs Band, and looking at that as a priority has been very beneficial to us. But it's a small step. We have a long way to go, and so having this discussion and teaming up again with whatever opportunities we have will benefit the Mille Lacs Band and all of us together. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief Executive. So Secretary Cardona, I'll turn to you next. And I think you've heard from my tribal leaders, you know, the sense of urgency, the need for investment, how important language and cultural preservation is to connection to ancestors, and important for our young people growing up. But we also know it improves educational outcomes, having that connection to language and culture. So I'm wondering if you could briefly talk about how we can effectively use federal resources to help with language revitalization.
Thank you, and first of all, let me just say, what a beautiful view I have. Thank you for being here. This is an honor for me to be here with my friend and colleague, Secretary Haaland. Language is culture. You cannot separate language and culture. I, too, was a second language learner. I learned Spanish first. And in my studies, I learned that there's a term called code switching, where people speak 2 languages. They revert to their native language when speaking to someone to show emphasis, to show connection. Code switching. And I learned growing up, when I'm speaking to my family, when I'm speaking to my grandparents, when I'm speaking to people in the Latino community, my elders, it's a sign of respect. You cannot separate language from culture. And it seems there has been a systematic assimilation in our education system that has not only eroded language, but culture. And we're at a point now where if we don't address that unapologetically and boldly, the efforts that my colleagues here were talking about are going to be more difficult to accomplish. You see, because language, as I said before, is identity. When I visited Tohono O'odham or Saginaw Chippewa, and I talked to students, their language was symbolic of who they were. When I spoke to students who performed drum ceremonies, that music was a connection of who they were. So when they have opportunities to learn about language and drums, they're learning about themselves. They're learning about their culture. I often say being bilingual and bicultural is a superpower that often gets dismissed in this country. We have to lift language and culture for all students as a way to develop their superpowers. Income, earning potential, self-identity, pride, those are all things that are outcomes of it. We are proud to provide over $185 million to support Indian education and $5 million to promote English learning. But that $5 million really goes to help preserve native language as well. And we just recently announced the beginning of a process where we're going to provide grant money to lift up models that work really well, because I think our responsibility is to share best practices across the country of models that work, so that in our districts, we value language and culture instruction. We have a culturally responsive pedagogy that respects the cultural differences and celebrates them. We have a lot of work to do to make sure that not only our Native American students feel embraced and celebrated for their superpower, but that other non-Native American students see the beauty and value in the community when we learn about other cultures. I was very impressed with Showtime. Were you? Weren't they amazing? Showtime, I know you're sitting in the back there. Let's give them another round of applause, the drum group. When you perform, you're not only performing music, but you're reaffirming your culture. And that's critically important for our students to see that. So with these dollars, what I want to see happening are courses in all of our schools, because we know 90% of our Native American students are in our traditional schools, where we're learning about culture, we're learning about different music techniques, we're learning language, and we're giving our students an opportunity to identify in their schools that have traditionally assimilated different cultures. So we can talk strategy all day today. We have to first talk about the mindset to boldly confront what has been traditionally a system that assimilates different cultures and different languages. We're one of few countries where monolingualism is almost celebrated. We have to do better. And I do believe that our schools are places to do that. And I applaud and commend all of you for modeling the perseverance to make sure that native languages are not lost. We're going to learn from your example. We're going to lift your examples up, and we're going to support you in this process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Secretary Cardona. I think the recognition of the challenge we have ahead of us, how important it is, and your willingness to be part of that solution is refreshing, and I thank you for that so much. Secretary Holland, I'll turn to you next to maybe build on some of the things that the federal government can do to help with language revitalization efforts.
Thank you so much, Anne Marie. And thank you all again for being here. So, my mother was the generation, well, one of the generations, I think it was multi-generational, but she got beat in public school even for speaking our native language, which is Keres, the language our governor speaks, Governor Kawimi. And so that made her afraid to teach us, my generation. So my siblings and I aren't fluent Keres speakers, although I can understand some. I can introduce myself. I can do those things. My grandfather's generation was one where you had to learn other people's languages, otherwise you wouldn't be able to communicate. So my grandfather spoke 3 languages fluently, Keres, Toa, and English fluently, and he could also communicate in Hopi and Navajo, because he worked with Navajo people and he had Navajo friends. And he did a lot of cultural things in Hopi, so we needed to learn how to communicate with the people there. And we see that doesn't happen a whole lot anymore because we all have busy lives. We're working 9-to-5 jobs, sometimes 2 jobs, and we have children and bills and all of these things to worry about. I think one of the best things that the federal government can do is, of course, to have people like Secretary Cardona leading the Department of Education, because he understands what language means, because he has his own language that he was raised with and understands what that means. But in my remarks, I mentioned like bringing our communities into the modern era with programs like Rosetta Stone. It helps to make sure that your tribes have quality broadband internet service so that kids can access those programs. We need to make sure that we are providing the foundations for those opportunities to learn for your communities. Another thing with respect to the Federal Indian Boarding School Initiative, we recognize that one of the most horrible things to come out of those assimilation policies was the loss of language, because they wanted us to be monolithic. They wanted to strip our children of their culture and identity, and language was one of the things that they could take away fairly easily. But we surprised them because we're still working hard to make sure that we do everything we can to preserve those languages. I had the honor of traveling to the Cherokee Nation with the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, and we visited the immersion school that Chief Hoskins spoke of, and it was wonderful. The children sang in the Cherokee language. They sang me happy birthday in the Cherokee language. I went there on my birthday, and it was really so heartwarming to see that the tribe is opening up an entire world for those children to learn from their own language. And I recognize how important that is. It made me feel really lonely that I didn't have that growing up, but it's never too late. And what we want to do is make sure that we're supporting all of the tribes in the ways that you know best how to reach your people, how to engage your children, how to make sure that you're giving the support to the speakers that you have in your communities. And so consultation, one of the most important things that President Biden has charged all of us with is tribal consultation. You tell us what you want, you tell us what you need, and we will absolutely do our best to make sure that we provide you with that.
Wonderful. Thank you, Secretary Holland. I think we'll probably hear more about the boarding school initiative throughout the course of the next couple of days, but a really important project, and I think is one of the key out of many outcomes we've seen from that is exactly what you identified, is that we, the federal government, were active in these assimilation policies, which lessened the connection to culture and language, and so we have to be active participants in helping to rebuild and help tribal communities like those here on stage, but I know there's a number of those in the audience who are actively pursuing these efforts, and so finding ways to support tribal communities as they engage in these efforts. So a couple questions from my tribal leader participants. Chief Hoskin, we've talked a little bit about the sense of urgency, the need for resources, and ultimately, planning in order to make sure that we are using those resources effectively. So can you talk to me a little bit about the Cherokee Nation's 10-year plan and how that might inform the federal government's approach to long-term planning around revitalization?
Sure. By the end of the decade, we have to be generating more fluent speakers than we're losing is the simple proposition. And I mentioned earlier what we're up against with 2,000 fluent speakers, mostly over the age of 70, so it needs to happen sooner rather than later, or that connection is broken. So that is the end goal by the end of the decade. To do it, what we really have to do at the Cherokee Nation, and I think this has to be true anywhere, is it's not enough to increase the supply of speakers. I mean, I love it when I walk into that immersion school. We have a new one. You'll have to come back and visit. We have the new one that is wonderful. I've gone in there and the kids speak circles around their chief in Cherokee, and that's a point of pride for me because I know one of these kids is going to be the next fluent speaking chief of the Cherokee Nation. So that's encouraging, but it's not enough just to generate more speakers. You have to, that's the supply. You have to make sure the demand is there, and it's not enough that we just want fluency. People have to be able to earn a living, live a life speaking the language. And so it is, though, a bit of a cycle as we expand our curriculum and our immersion schools, which we've expanded it to another community and have hopeful plans to expand to a third. That means more teaching jobs. As we explore technology, and we're using Apple and Google, and we're into animation, as I know a number of other tribes are, we're creating opportunities in the creative arts to use the Cherokee language. The opportunities we have to make sure that these speakers we help create, this new generation of speakers, to make sure they can use that in their lives is so critical. So the supply is one thing, the demand is another, and we have to create both. And we have to do it with that sense of urgency. But to do it, we have used federal resources. We have a grant that's helped us with developing our strategy. We do have a 10-year plan, and it is about expansion. It's about looking at what works. Our immersion school works. That's why we're expanding it. Our adult master apprentice language program works. That's why we've quadrupled it over the last 4 years. We've developed relationships with the entertainment industry to, again, do this voiceover work, so there's opportunities to, again, use the language. That speaker services program I mentioned earlier is so important because we know we're going to have to expand it as the years go on, making sure the quality of life of communities that, frankly, the rest of the world forgot about or never heard of, but we built those communities. We've got to make sure we're there to save those communities so that the people who speak the language are raising kids and grandkids who speak the language too, and they're not drifting off or they're not succumbing to some of the really difficult problems that we have at Cherokee Nation in some of our communities. So this whole of government approach that the United States is undertaking for language, which is so really refreshing, really aligns with what the Cherokee Nation is doing from a tribal government perspective. So our strategy is informed by, again, that basic proposition of more speakers created than we're losing. By the end of the decade, making sure we increase the supply of speakers, making sure we create opportunities to teach and create in the Cherokee language, and to do so in tribal communities that are revitalized. And that's a tall order, but we have to do it if we really believe what I mentioned earlier, that it matters whether we save these languages. That's something we ought to ask ourselves. Does it matter? It absolutely matters, and it matters because it is existential. If we lose the Cherokee language, look, in a decade, we may be running healthcare extraordinarily well. We may have great casinos. We may have great businesses, but that is not what it means to be Cherokee, as important as that is. what it means to be Cherokee is our culture and our language. If we lose it, we will have lost something we can't replace. So that informs our strategy over the next decade. But it does get down to the very granular level of programs, curriculum, certifying our own teachers instead of letting outside entities certify them. I could go on, but we've got this brilliant team at the Cherokee Nation, and we've got a great partner in the Department of Education and the Department of the Interior, and HHS for that matter. We get resources from them as well. That will help.
Thank you, Principal Chief. I think that's so important, the whole of government approach, right? Because those preservation efforts, they're about housing, they're about healthcare, they are, of course, about education, social services, justice services. All of that is important to make sure that the revitalization efforts are, impacted by in the whole community, the whole tribal community. Chief Executive Benjamin, you mentioned the 477 program and how that those funding opportunities helped with the investments that you're making in your community. Other thoughts or ideas on how the federal government can continue to support revitalization efforts in tribal communities?
I'm going to start out by saying Chimigwech to our federal partners, because they really helped us along the way of getting some of these programs going. And there are staff that just are outstanding working with the Mille Lacs Band. And when we're looking at how do we continue in everything we need funding to be able to move these forward, to bring into staff, to create the curriculum, to do exciting programs. A group of our second learner beginners went down to Cherokee this summer, and they came back. They were so energized and excited about the opportunity. So I did want to mention that. There are some tribes out there that are doing wonderful things, and we're listening to some of that today as well. But when we look at the opportunities, we have to have the opportunities to grow those teachers and making sure that we have predictable funding. From year to year, sometimes you don't know exactly what that's going to mean, but if we knew that we had this set amount of funding every year, we could really strengthen our strategic plans and how we're moving forward. And I was thinking too, is that on the reservation we have all of the towns that are border us, and they have public schools as well, and a lot of our students go there as well too, and there aren't as many strong programs, language programs in those public schools. I've heard school board members talk about what is more important, teaching our kids math or science or teaching them the language. And so you see that they don't really understand what the value of that language is, because it's our culture, it's our traditions, it's our value systems that help us, when we know those, to cure our social ills that we may be experiencing. And making sure that we have these programs for sites that we can turn into complete immersion programs, making sure our babies are in a setting where they only hear Ojibwe when they're in those daycare centers. And I just think about watching kids that you tell them, sit down, sit down, sit down sometimes in a setting, and then you say, nubba-dubbin. Those kids will sit down immediately. That language has such a more powerful impact on them, and I think it's so important that we give them the opportunity. And also we have to establish those strong programs with the surrounding communities, because they are also teaching our kids. And currently we don't have the resources to have a school big enough for all our students to come, and parents will decide where they want to send their kids as well. And just looking at those visions that you think maybe don't work, like publishing books in Ojibwe or your own language, that kids will have to learn those and those stories, and all of the exciting things that Cherokee is doing, is that we have a basis that we can grow from. And what works for us, or each of the individual tribes, I think is very important too, is that we have to make sure when we talk about consulting with tribes, that you really focus on what their needs are, because we're not going to be all the same in terms of how we want to continue to revitalize our language, and just all of those support systems out there with social services, health, natural resources, where we protect the environment, and to understand the importance of that through our language will make life better for all of us. And as our elders tell us, the Money Duk put us on this earth, and we all have those gifts, and it's our responsibility to find out what that is and how we can share those and make life better for all of us. Miigwech.
Thank you. Two really good, important points. One, making sure that government programs are flexible to making sure they're adapting to how tribal communities approach these efforts, and letting them prioritize how that looks for them. And the other point I think I heard is making sure that schools understand it shouldn't be a competition between those subjects and language preservation, but in fact they help build them up. And in a previous life I was a tribal college president, and I think that's exactly what we learned out of the tribal college movement, right? When you infuse language and culture into the curriculum, those outcomes are improved no matter the subject area. So thank you all so much for that. We're going to turn now to the audience questions. We've been very good and diligent with our time. Let me thank my panelists, and we've probably got time for 2 or 3 questions. I'm going to call on Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary Wizipan Little-Out-Garriott to help me identify tribal leaders. If you wouldn't mind stating your name and where you're from and giving us a succinct question so we can get as many questions in during probably about 9-10 minutes we have here for those questions, that would be great. I'll turn it over to you, Wizi.
A lot of different folks with their hands up, but let's go with Cheryl. Can you hear me? We've got mic runners, so we'll bring the mic to you.
Thank you. Most people can hear me anyway. Good morning. Cheryl Andrews Maltese. I'm the chairwoman of the Wampanoag Tribe of Gay Head of Quina in Massachusetts. Thank you so much for being here, and I appreciate all the work that you guys are doing. My question essentially is broad-based, and it's more or less geared towards the secretary. While we're coming off the heels of Thanksgiving, the Wampanoag people are tired of the myth that keeps getting perpetuated for centuries about our history. And part of the problem that we find is that most tribes' history has not been able to be told, and particularly by the tribes themselves. Underneath the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965, in the section of purposes, the state school educational bodies are supposed to be consulting with the tribes, meaningful consultation in order to make sure that their curriculum suits the needs and the purposes of the tribal nations that are also within the exterior boundaries. And I was wondering how you can help us ensure that the states are in fact following this law in order to receive their funding for their education, because it's not clear to the states themselves that they are required to meet with federally recognized tribal governments underneath the law in order for them to receive their funds, as well as a subrecipient of federal dollars, which the United States knows that it has a trust and treaty obligation, and also the obligation to consult. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. Thank you very much for that question. That's a great question, and I think it's important to remember that many of the treaties that were agreed upon have never been followed through on. And it is our collective responsibility to ensure that at all levels, we're doing everything we can. I recently had representatives from a state reach out to me, from a nation, reach out to me with a similar concern. And what we did was convene a meeting with the leaders of the State Department of Education to remind them of their responsibilities in a manner that builds commitment, not compliance. See, I don't have to tell you, lately education has become the pawn of political banter back and forth. And what we need to do is cut through that to get to what we said earlier. Language and culture is identity, and students thrive when they feel seen, they feel welcome, they feel heard, and when they see the truth. Okay? So my suggestion, very globally would be to make sure that you continue to advocate for that, but very specifically, reach out to our Office of Elementary and Secondary Education with a very specific issue, and we'll be honored to help support that connection.
We have time for one more question. We're running a little bit behind. And again, we ask that you be brief. Let's go over here.
Wilisa Khan, Talchina, Lan, Nadiniana. Good morning. I'm Chief Gary Harrison. I'm Water Clan, and I'm from Chickaloon Village in Alaska. And a couple of things. I am a survivor of the boarding schools. Also, I want to know that we've also have ANA programs for our language, and I find that we have to put in all the time to get these grants, and it's not very helpful when we don't get them, because then you have to let your staff go and you have to start your program all over again. So that's one thing that I would like to bring up, is to be able to have some continuity in the funding that comes out. And maybe some of the new funding coming out will help that. And probably, seeing as how I won't get the floor again, I want to also mention the fact that when the money came out for Indian country to buy back Indian country, I'm not sure how all of that works, but somehow it doesn't seem to be working, at least for our tribe. And that's also goes for the veterans' native allotments. There seems to be a problem there as well. And with that, also I want to mention that the fact when they talked about decolonization in Alaska, you had to prove that you could read and write English, and also have 5 white people sign that you were competent. And in actuality, it was not really a vote for decolonization, it was a vote for statehood. And the U.S. says, well, that's our decolonization vote. Yet the true people who are supposed to be voting for decolonization were not allowed to vote. I know for a fact, because my cousins were in a fist fight at the voting when it came to letting them vote. So that's a couple of things that I would like to at least mention while I have the floor, and maybe you can help us out in some of these endeavors. Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, thank you for those reflections. Secretary Helen, any final thoughts or reflections before we close the panel?
I just appreciate I feel bad that we can't get to every single question. Instead of me talking, can we just go to one last question? And if possible, the woman with her hand up with the mask on, yes, because we had a conversation in my office last night, and so I know she wanted the opportunity to ask, so.
Thank you, Secretary Holland. My question is, with the funding with tribal colleges, they are historically way underfunded, and we have students across the United States. You know, our villages, my name is Patricia McDonald, I'm from Alaska, and our villages are shrinking to the point that my village, where I'm from, Healy Lake, Alaska, we have 20 people there. We don't want our people moving to the hubs, to Fairbanks, to Anchorage, Seattle. We want to keep our talent, and I think it's really important that the secondary education at these tribal universities offer classes for students to take long distance, and we know it's possible. I know firsthand. I'm a proud mother of 2 Haskell University, one graduate 2021 and one will graduate 2023. And so I know that Haskell had that capacity, yet now that we're coming out of the pandemic, they've pulled back. We need to offer a post-secondary educational opportunity for students because we want to keep our talent. We don't want to give them to Microsoft. You know, we don't want to give our talent to the big companies. We want to keep our people and we want to keep our villages and grow our own. We really need that opportunity. I'd love it if you could please reflect on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. When I visited Jemez Pueblo, I learned from the governor there that the goal was to help educate the students and have them come back and serve their nation. And I was really taken aback with the folks that I met there who went out and studied, traveled and studied, and came back and became pillars in their community. So I respect that notion. And I believe that broadband access will allow us to do better in higher education. We learned from one day to the next that we had to go from in-person to remote. There's nothing to say that we have to go fully back in person and that we can offer opportunities when we finally, through the infrastructure plan, get access to all students. That's an issue of equity, broadband access. And in terms of funding TCCUs and minority-serving institutions, you know, the president's agenda, the president's budget proposal have historic increase proposals for these areas because we agree with you. We agree. My visits confirm what you say, that if we don't act deliberately to provide support and funding for tribal colleges and universities, that we're hurting the cultural connections that these students have and those communities. So we agree with you wholeheartedly, and we will continue to lift the importance of supporting those higher education institutions. As I said before, I visited several tribal colleges, and one story stuck with me. This was over a year ago. I had a young man tell me that he was maybe in his 20s, mid-20s. He said, I failed in your traditional schools. I wasn't seen. They didn't see me there. He failed. I think he dropped out. He had problems there. He was thriving. He was an honors student. He was a representative of the Student Government Association at the tribal college because he felt seen, connected, he belonged there. So that story stuck with me, and it speaks to the importance of what you're saying. And I commit to you that we will continue to fight for funding, to push, lift stories like yours and like the one that I just said, to show that this is about student success, about maintaining that identity, that culture, and language, which we know is critically important. And then specifically to that community there, I'm going to ask my staff who is in the building to kind of tap you on the shoulder and get more information so I can learn more about your specific situation to see what we can do to support you. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Cardona. Thank you for the question. I appreciate it so much. I want to thank you all for your time, attention, for coming here and being with us today. This is just the first session. We've got 2 full days together, some special guests yet this afternoon, and I just really, really thank you. This building is full of your language. It makes my heart full. I want to thank Chair Norris for the blessing and the song today, and that is first of many over the course of the next few days. And I myself feel closer to my community today just by having you all here, let alone my Achonika and my Choka, my grandma and my grandpa. So safe travels to you all. Thank you to my panelists, and safe travels to all of you. Take care.
Please welcome to the stage for a conversation on mental health, Chairwoman Erica Pinto of the Jamul Indian Village of California, Tribal Youth Isabel Coronado. Isabel is a citizen of the Muskogee Creek Nation, and the United States Surgeon General, Vice Admiral Dr. Vivek Murthy.
There we go. Good idea.
I left the mango aficionado.
So funny people do that. Sometimes when I travel, people will bring mangoes to like meet us.
I thought about it, but I wasn't sure she would accept it.
Oh no, of course.
Thank you.
20 minutes.
No, I have a weird allergy to mangoes.
Oh,
My
really?
lip gets bigger.
Sorry.
Every now and then I have a delicious.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats so that the next panel may begin.
Testing. Tribal leaders, please take your seats.
Yeah. So, I would assume so.
Testing. Good morning. Hauka. I heard that in the audience. Hauka. My name is Erica Pinto. Welcome to the 2022 Tribal Nation Summit. It's so good to see all of you in this room. So good. My name is Erica Pinto. I am the tribal chairwoman of the Jamul Indian Village of California. I am also chairman of the board of directors of Southern Indian Health Council, and I'm also the co-founder of Acorns to Oaks. It's a program at my tribe, the Jamul Indian Village, that focuses on our culture, traditions, bringing our families together to keep our youth off substances and putting them on the right path and making sure their mental well-being is good. I'm here with two very distinguished human beings. First, I would like to introduce Dr. Vivek Murthy, Surgeon General. Dr. Murthy was confirmed by the U.S. Senate in March 2021 to serve as the 21st Surgeon General of the United States. As the nation's doctor, the Surgeon General's mission is to help lay foundation for a healthier country, relying on the best scientific information available to provide clear, consistent, and equitable guidance and resources for the public. And as Vice Admiral of U.S. Public Health Services Commissioned Corps, Dr. Murthy commands a uniformed service of over 6,000 dedicated public health officers, serving the most underserved and vulnerable populations domestically and abroad. While serving as 21st Surgeon General, Dr. Murthy is focused on drawing attention to and working across government to address a number of critical public health issues, including the growing proliferation of health misinformation, the ongoing youth mental health crisis, well-being and burnout in the health worker community, and social isolation and loneliness. Additionally, he serves as a key advisor to President Biden's COVID-19 pandemic response operation. We also want to recognize his service to Indian country, his dedication to serving underrepresented populations. Thank you for doing that. Welcome on stage. What I did leave out is that Dr. Murthy is a lover of mangoes, so I wanted to add that in there. Thank you. Next, I'd like to introduce Miss Isabel Coronado. Miss Isabel Coronado is a citizen of the Muskogee Nation, the vice chair of the Center for Native American Youth Advisory Board, a change maker with New Deal for Youth, and a research scholar in the Litmus program at NYU's Marin Institute, where she coordinates the Family-Based Justice Center, a national technical assistance center that helps local counties, states, and tribal nations create programs to keep families together through comprehensive services instead of sending parents, primary caregivers to prison. She's recognized as a change maker in Indian country, and we are honored to have her on this panel. So I was very excited to be able to moderate this panel with two distinguished human beings, because healthcare and mental health is a critical issue in our communities. Mental health impacts how we think, how we feel, how we act. It is important as our physical health. As leaders, we need to set the example and break the stigma associated with seeking mental health help. We need to recognize that we are dealing with the impacts of historical trauma, and that seeking help for these issues is the same as seeking help for a broken leg or a hurt back. Erasing that stigma is something that we as tribal leaders can play a strong role in doing. I hope this conversation helps as we work on these issues in our own community. So let's start with some questions, shall we? Dr. Murthy. Question 1. What do you think are the most pressing mental health issues affecting tribal communities generally?
Well, thank you for that question, and I'm so grateful to be here with all of you. Just even the fact that we are here today talking about mental health is something that perhaps would have been more improbable 10 years ago or 15 years ago. And the fact that we can be here having this kind of conversation with such openness, I think, is a testament to the work that so many of you have done in this room to do exactly what Erica said, which is to help reduce and tear down that stigma and shame associated with mental illness. I think that there are three key principles, as I think of them, that we have to bring to this conversation. One is that mental health is health, that it's no less important than our physical health and well-being. The second is that everybody deserves access to high-quality care when they need it. And the third is that we should be investing in prevention as communities. There's nobody I've met in America in all my travels who have said they would rather get diabetes and treat it rather than preventing it in the first place. The same is true with mental health struggles and strains. And we know how to actually reduce the likelihood that people, kids in particular, will develop mental health challenges. We now need to make those investments in prevention. When I think about American Indian and Alaska Native communities in particular, I think about the visits I've had the honor of making to many communities over the years, both during this stint at Surgeon General and when I was served in this post during the Obama administration. And a couple of things were very clear to me. One is that when you look at the numbers and hear the stories from communities, it is clear that American Indian and Alaska Native populations are struggling with a much higher rate of mental health challenges than the average population in the U.S. In fact, 2.5 times greater, the rate of mental health challenges. The other thing that is clear is that we have a profound challenge with substance use disorders, which is part of the broader umbrella under behavioral health that we're concerned about. And in fact, in the between 2019 and 2020, in that one-year time frame alone, there was a 43% increase in drug overdose deaths in Native communities, which is just deeply concerning. And so if you look at it from that perspective, there are a couple of other things to add to that mix, which is that you look at the suicide rate, and you see that there has been an increase there too, with between 2015 and 2020, a 20%, almost 20% increase in the suicide rate in Native communities. And then finally, there's something we don't talk about nearly as much, which is a struggle with isolation and loneliness, which many, many people across our country, across age groups are struggling with, but particularly in Native communities, when people are in rural areas where you're farther apart, where connectivity is sometimes challenging, especially where technology access is not equal, you have a circumstance where people can feel even more isolated, right? So these are the challenges that we are facing across the board. And in my mind, it's not just about the numbers, it's about the stories of people who are struggling. I remember the youth I met in Oklahoma, actually some years ago when I was visiting, actually doing a tribal council meeting there, where the young people told me two things. One is that they looked around them and they saw so many of their peers struggling with depression, with anxiety, considering suicide, and misusing and abusing drugs. But they also found incredible power in their culture as a force to fight back against those. And in fact, at that time, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, SAMHSA, had been funding the I Am Indian program, which they had implemented in their communities, where youth were leading the charge in reawakening and sort of revitalizing culture as a force to help address substance use disorders, but also prevent them among youth. And I heard that same message echoed, that our culture is a source of strength, it's a source of healing, and we need to lean into it. And I couldn't agree more. So I'm glad that we're talking about this today, because I think that when it comes to addressing these issues, we've got to focus on prevention and on treatment, and on addressing some of the deeper structural factors, including poverty, including unemployment, that disproportionately impact American Indian and Alaska Native communities, and which inevitably contribute to the mental health struggles that we're seeing today.
Thank you so much for that answer. Let's turn to Ms. Isabel Coronado. Ms. Isabel, what are the most pressing mental health issues affecting Native youth?
Hishe Sango, thank you so much, Chairwoman, for that question and introduction. But first, I just wanted to quickly thank those that have got me to this point, my family, my tribal nation, the Muskogee Nation, and I see Chief Hill and Second Chief Beaver in the audience, and then Center for Native American Youth and KC Family Programs for bringing me out here, and of course, everyone who made this possible and the hard work that went into creating the next 2 days. So, in 2020, Center for Native American Youth released the largest survey that surveyed tribal youth from all across the country, from ages 18 to 24 years old. And on that survey, it indicated that 90% of youth indicated that mental health was extremely urgent for Native communities. And that over 28% of youth responded that mental health concerns had the largest impact on their own lives, which had the highest reported impact to youth's own personal lives overall. But also, youth in a small focus group discussed the interconnectedness of mental health and anxiety, depression, and suicide. And so while I think that we could all use some mental health services, especially after the pandemic, it showed us how important being connected is. But Native youth, we aren't a monolith, and I can't speak for all Native youth, but I really wanted to shine a light and encourage these conversations to be ongoing, that are more dynamic and more youth are up here. But for myself, I would like to shine a light on youth impacted by our criminal justice, our juvenile justice, and our foster care system. We know it's interconnected, and we know that youth can flow through the foster care to juvenile justice system and into the criminal justice system. And we also know that their health and well-being is kind of the last of the priority on those on the list. But there are 2.7 million children right now who have an incarcerated parent in either jail, state prison, or federal prison. And we know that Native youth are 4 times more likely to be removed by social services than white children. And we also know that Native youth are 3 times more likely to be referred to the juvenile justice system. And so while I think it's incredibly important that we are not missing the youth that are falling through the systems, that they are connected to resources and mental health services to continue, breaking these generational traumas that we're seeing every day in our communities.
Thank you very much. Question 3. How can we increase access to culturally appropriate mental health care?
Well, I'm glad you asked, because as I was alluding to earlier, I really do believe that in addition to having access to treatment and prevention programs, that the culture in your communities is such an important force in healing. And I say that as somebody who, when I was young, actually, when I was growing up, my parents had actually just come from India and to move to the United States when I was 3 years old. And as a small child, in elementary school, a lot of kids didn't understand where I was from. When they heard that I was Indian, they assumed that I was from an American Indian or Alaska Native community. But that actually pushed me to learn more about the communities myself and understand. And one of the things that my parents did for me early on is they helped me to see that our culture was not something to be ashamed of. That in fact, when we understood it, that it could be a source of strength. My family back in India grew up with a lot of traditional healing and a way of thinking about health that was broader, that was deeply connected to nature and to spirituality, in a way that I know is true for many American Indian and Alaska Native communities as well. And so one of the things that I strongly believe is that when we connect deeply with culture, it can be a force for good. And that is one of the things that we are called to do right now. Doing that needs to involve several things. One, a recognition that the care we provide, the mental health care we provide in our systems, has to be culturally sensitive and culturally appropriate. And that means, number one, making sure that the workforce, the people who are actually providing the mental health care, actually reflect the communities that they are seeking to serve. And right now, we do not have enough Native mental health professionals in the mental health workforce, and that's something that we have to change. We also need to make sure that the entire mental health workforce understands the cultural context in which they are providing care to Native communities, so that even if they're not from those communities, they understand a bit about the background, the culture, and can coordinate with traditional healers when needed to provide overall care. And that third piece about traditional healers is important as well, which is that we need to understand how to, not just what traditional healers do, but we have to find ways to coordinate and work with them so that we can provide comprehensive, holistic care. When it comes to mental health in particular, we know that so much of mental health is shaped by how we see the world, how we see each other, and how we see ourselves. And it's undeniable that that is shaped so powerfully by our culture. And if we do not understand the role that culture plays in our mental health and our healing process, then we've lost half the battle. And that's why that is, for me, such an important piece of how we have to approach that. It's also just an important part of how our administration has been thinking about this work. Even you think about language. Language is so important. When it comes to the rollout of 988, which is the crisis line that we just recently set up, where people can call those 3 digits or text those 3 digits and get emergency care from a mental health provider, just the same way that you would get medical care if you called 911. But 988, it's so important that it's provided in a culturally appropriate context with the right language translation services. And that's why just recently, Health and Human Services, our department, announced $35 million of direct grants to tribal communities to strengthen the culturally appropriate and translation services for 988. It's why we're continuing to invest hundreds of millions of dollars in strengthening substance abuse and mental health services programs across the country, including to get certified community behavioral health centers into communities that are traditionally underserved. And so the good news is that there's been a lot more money flowing into this through the American Rescue Plan, through the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, and the President has continued to push for significant amounts of money in his budget to ensure that these investments in mental health are not just one-shot deals, but they're sustained investments that we make, recognizing mental health is going to be a need for a long time going forward. Finally, I'd just like to say this too, which is that when we walk away from here, if we do so with not only an understanding of how central mental health is, but a fundamental commitment to making it a priority in how we approach our communities, that will be an immense and important step forward. Because I will tell you, not just as a Surgeon General, but as a doctor, as a father, I look at my own kids, think about the conversation I've had with children around the country around mental health, and it is so clear that our mental health is the fuel that allows us to show up in our lives. Right? When our kids struggle with their mental health, it impacts how they do in school. It impacts how all of us show up for our family and our friends. It impacts how we show up at work. And it certainly impacts our physical health as well. And that's something I saw up close all the time as a doctor, that mental health and physical health were deeply intertwined for the patients I cared for over the years. So for a long time, we have not really given mental health the attention and the investment that it needs as a country. And to me, that means that we've been fighting the fight for better health with one hand tied behind our backs. Now is our opportunity to see health more fully. And this is a place where I do think Native communities have a lot of wisdom to offer the entire country. Because when it comes to, again, thinking about the importance and the role of culture in our healing and in the origins, of our suffering, this is a place where cultures across the board matter, not only in Native communities. And so I do think our efforts to do it right here can help inform a more culturally appropriate and sensitive approach that we take to mental health more broadly for everyone in our country.
Absolutely. Thank you. Ms. Isabel, what improvements would you like to see made regarding mental health issues affecting tribal youth?
Yes, so just to continue on, just telling a quick story here. I witnessed my mom get arrested, get convicted, and go to prison and serve a prison sentence. And I was 7 years old at the time. I didn't really have the words to describe how I was feeling at the time, as I can eloquently state now. But my grandmother at the time, who I was really lucky was able to take me in, because I was protected under the Indian Child Welfare Act, which when it's protected, continuing on, that those youth as well are seeking mental health services. But something that helped me during that time was my pet, my dog Josie. At 7 years old, like I said, I wasn't able to describe my feelings, but having just an animal there really helped me through that really tough time of not having my mother around. So not only do I think that we need culturally relevant mental health services, but mental health services geared towards youth. So for my instance, pet therapy. But there's also things like art therapy, using beading and painting and learning a musical instrument that could be tailored towards Native youth. But also in the report that I expressed earlier in the Indigenous Futures Survey, Native youth also expressed the importance of developing a program at HHS that would train Native youth on mental health first aid and would pay them a living wage, because Native youth deserve to be paid a living wage, on other pathways on how to get into mental health and coming back into their communities as professionals. And it's also recommended that this administration expand its investments and resources for mental health support along with substance abuse prevention and treatment. Widow.
Thank you so much for that answer. We are wrapping up, but this is an ongoing discussion that we need to have in Indian country. And obviously we need culturally competent mental health care providers. As you mentioned earlier, we also need to start early with our youth, because our mental health follows us throughout our life and impacts, as you said, Doctor, all aspects of our life. I would like to thank both Ms. Isabel and Dr. Vivek.
Yeah, and can I just share one last thought also?
You got the closing argument, so there you go.
Which is that, just to build on that, I want to underscore one point you mentioned in the very beginning, which is that the power and the importance of community and our social connection with one another in supporting our mental health and well-being. Some of you may, go back to your communities at home and talk to people about this, and they may say, gosh, I'm not a mental health provider. What can I really do to help when it comes to mental health? But there is something each of us can do, because each of us has the power to build a relationship with others, to help people see that they matter and that they care. And this is especially important for young people who may be struggling, who may not have, all of them may not have the kind of family structure that allows them to have the support that they need. They may not always have parents around. They may have lost parents during COVID. There are many reasons why people don't always feel like they belong, like they matter, like they have value. But simply by checking in on one another and asking people how they're doing and actually waiting to listen, simply by making sure that people have someone that they can talk to, that they know that they have support, that goes a long way to helping address some of the mental health challenges we're facing. Because one of the greatest things that exacerbates mental health concerns is when people feel that they are struggling alone. As human beings, we can deal with a lot of adversity when we are together, when we are tightly knit, when we are fighting as one, when we know we're not alone. But when we are isolated, when we are alone, even everyday adversities can feel absolutely overwhelming. That's not a sign of being weak. It's just the nature of being human. And so as you head home and as after this summit is over, and as you think about the broader strategy around mental health, I would encourage you to think about the power of social connection, how you foster that in workplaces, in schools, in cultural and community centers, because that is a powerful force for healing the mental health of kids, adults, and people of all ages. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Anything else to close us out? You're good? Thank you, Doctor. And thank you, Ms. Isabel. Thank you, tribal leaders. That concludes our panel. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage for a conversation on access to capital and economic development, President Scott Herman of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, Chairman Rodney Butler of the Mashantucket Pequot Tribal Nation, Deputy Secretary Wally Adeyamo from the United States Department of the Treasury, Administrator Isabella Casillas Guzman from the United States Small Business Administration. This discussion will be moderated by Chief Lynn Malerba, the Treasurer of the United States.
Kis Nitompak. Greetings and good day, my friends. I am honored to be able to moderate this panel this morning, but I'm honored by all of your presence here today, and I greet you all with a good heart and a good mind. So I am pleased to introduce our panel today. Sitting to the left of me, I have President Scott Herman, who is the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe in South Dakota. Previously, he served as vice president, account manager, and Antelope Council representative of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe from 2015 until 2021. Prior to entering public service, Herman was an educator in the local public school system in Rosebud for nearly 2 decades. He received his master's from the Oglala Lakota College. Seated next to him is Chairman Rodney Butler from Mashantucket. Prior to his election as chairman of the Mashantucket Pequot Tribal Nation, he served on the Mashantucket Pequot Tribal Council. Chairman Butler held the appointed position of Tribal Council Treasurer, chaired the tribe's Finance, Housing, and Judicial Committees, and served as interim CEO for Foxwoods Resort Casino. As chairman, Butler's primary focus is to ensure long-term stability for the tribe's citizens, government, and business enterprises. Butler earned his bachelor's degree from the University of Connecticut. Seated next to him is Administrator Isabel Guzman. Let me just get my notes here. She was sworn in as the 27th Administrator of the U.S. Small Business Administration on March 17th, 2021. She serves as the voice of America's 3.25 million small business and innovative startups in President Joe Biden's cabinet. Administrator Guzman spent her early career in the private sector as a founder, advisor, and consultant. There, she learned the crucial role small businesses play in creating paths to the American dream. She went on to commit herself to public service, serving as the Deputy Chief of Staff and Senior Advisor at the SBA and as the Small Business Advocate for the state of California. Under her leadership, the SBA has continued to scale dramatically while revamping programs and services to address crucial challenges, delivering hundreds of billions in relief to help millions of small businesses survive the pandemic. And I would encourage you to read her entire bio. We're time limited, and these bios are very impressive, so I think it's worth spending a bit of time on the website. Next, I'd like to introduce Deputy Secretary Wally Adeyemo from the Department of Treasury. On March 26, 2021, he was sworn in as the Deputy Secretary of Treasury. He has been at the center of many of the country's major economic policy decisions since the 2008 financial crisis and has worked in organizations across the public, private, and nonprofit sectors to build a stronger and fairer economy. This is his second tour at the Treasury Department. His first began during the early days of the Obama administration, during the depths of the Great Recession. Rising through a variety of leadership roles at Treasury, Adeyemo became the Senior Advisor and Deputy Chief of Staff under Secretary Tim Geithner and Secretary Jack Lew, as well as the Chief Negotiator for the Trans-Pacific Partnership's provisions on macroeconomic policy. From 2015 to 2017, Adeyemo served in the Obama White House as the Deputy National Secretary Advisor for International Economics and Deputy Director of the National Economic Council. He was responsible for coordinating the policymaking process related to international finance, trade, investment, energy, and environmental issues. And he served as President Obama's representative to the G7 and G20. So let's give them all a round of applause, please. So welcome to you all. The first question is for President Herman and for Chairman Butler. What is the current socioeconomic landscape in your community, and what are the barriers to accessing capital? So we'll turn to you, President Herman.
Yeah, can you hear me out there? That's good, thank you. First of all, let me talk a little bit about where I come from. Our reservation is also known as the Sichungu Nation, a Burnt Thigh Nation. It's in South Dakota. We have approximately 36,000 members. 50% of those are 18 and over. We have probably 24,000 members living on the reservation, and our employment rate is unemployment rate is like 85% unemployment rate at this time. So we do develop, and we have a lot of places that employ our membership. One of them is our IHS. We have our local public schools, our tribal schools. We have a university, a tribal university that provides a lot of employment. BIA, IHS, just like any other reservation, we have those places that are the main providers of employment to our people. We do have a lot of, we're not a rich casino. We have a small casino, but all of our revenue goes back into programs that provide services to our people. So I just wanted you to know that we are here, we have the same problems that everybody else has on the reservations as far as employment and creating businesses to employ our people. One of the barriers that we have in Indian country is a chronic underfunding. Without access to capital, Indian country cannot address its most pressing needs without funding for basic infrastructure such as housing, grocery stores, community-based centers. Tribes are left with minimal resources to address the most critical issues. While many resources do exist, difficulty accessing those resources to take advantage of programs and funding opportunities prevents tribes from fully benefiting from them. We need outreach, engagement with tribal governments about where and how to access resources for increasing access to capital. We need a centralized platform for tribes to access federal financing opportunities. We on a reservation, we create our own funding. We got an organization called Lakota Funds, which we actually can borrow from their funds, but they don't have access to the capital as well. So it would be nice if our Treasury would actually give them some type of interest-free loans to be able to have access to capital for people that want to create businesses. Having one central source for all federal financing opportunities available to tribes, Native entrepreneurs, and Native CDFIs would reduce barriers to accessing funding. Providing these resources would also provide community-driven, smaller-scale development projects funding to compete against larger businesses. Native entrepreneurs need access to grants and other fundings to build their businesses and advance economic opportunities within their community. Small businesses and smaller-scale projects need special attention to foster economic development. Providing tribes access to state funding without having to go through the state itself is important to expanding critical projects and promoting tribal sovereignty. When I talk about that, we talk about direct funding that usually goes to the, sometimes the funding sources go to the state and it's funneled to the tribes. But on top of that, we like to think that they would not, when we have access to that funding that the state gets, we would like to think that they wouldn't have to put any kind of conditions on it as far as jurisdiction issues. Our courts are if something goes wrong with our funding, we have to go to state court to resolve that issue. So that's something that we have to work on with the states and make that a little bit better as far as providing a place that we can have so we wouldn't have to give up any kind of our sovereign immunity. Lastly, having our land in trust should be an asset, but often it's an economic barrier because we cannot get the same loans. Trust lands cannot be pledged as collateral. Tribal-based businesses often have to incorporate off-trust lands to have better access to capital. Tribal businesses should have access to the same resources on their indigenous homelands as they would off trust lands. Now, on the reservation, we have a lot of businesses that want to come to our reservations, but they don't understand the trust land process as far as how it could be a benefit to them, as far as maybe using that to be able to provide tax breaks as far as developing businesses on the reservation. But a lot of those businesses don't want to come to the reservation because they're not educated enough to realize that, hey, maybe this is a thing that we can benefit from. Instead, they shy away from it. So we're having a problem with attracting businesses on the reservation as far as bringing them there and be able to keep them there. They don't want to invest in our tribal community. The other key to be able to creating businesses is maybe having our own membership buy into the economic development ventures that we go into. A lot of times our own membership don't allow to be able to buy into that. They take their business other ways off the reservations, and the money doesn't stay there. So those are some of the things that we encounter as barriers for our tribe, as Roseau Sioux tribe. So I'm sure that every other tribe that probably has the same type of problems and barriers that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, President Herman. And now we'll turn to Chairman Butler.
Katapatash. Kuikwasin Nitampawankwa Nitampawak Tasui, Chairman Rodney Butler. Good morning, and to all my relations here. It is an honor to be with you all. I'm Chairman Butler, and it's especially an honor to sit on the same stage as my dear cousin, Chief, always my Chief, Malurba, but also the first Native treasurer in the United States. And so I think we all should give her an incredible round of applause for that accomplishment. So President Herman actually touched on a lot of great points, and I think the key statement that he made was regardless of large or small, economically successful or not, we're all face the same challenges. It's just scale. For us, we are an incredibly small tribe, but fortunate enough to be located between two of the largest cities in the country, between Boston and New York. And so we don't take that for granted, being in southeastern Connecticut between both Pequot and Mohegan. But the generational trauma is real for all of us in the room. And so as many of the things that President Herman spoke of, we absolutely, every single one of us can relate. And when we think about the intent of this panel that we're talking about today, access to capital, economic development, I think it's critically important to start with what that really is for, right? And it's a means to an end. It's not why we exist. It allows us to provide for our communities those key services and programs that many of, if you speak to your governors and your legislators, they forget that you're a nation first. Yes, some of us have successful economic development, and many of us are pursuing economic development, but that's not why we exist. We exist because it's our inherent right to be there, our inherent right to self-govern, and we need the federal government and our surrounding states to recognize that and how important that is. And one of the things that also President Herman touched on was our trust lands that we have and the challenges that we face managing those. But just as important as managing those, it's a dual-sided sword where we need to get more land in trust. That having our land base is our economic base and how we're going to grow our tribal economies. And I do have to praise this administration and Secretary Howland and Assistant Secretary Newland for their efforts, their current ongoing efforts to update the fee to trust process. I think the ability to streamline that process, to shorten the time frames to get fee to trust. I know in prior administrations when you'd bring up that we have an application that's been sitting out there for 3 or 4 or 5 years, they'd say, and, right? Like, that's not long, and that shouldn't be. Those are our lands, and we need those back in order for us to build our communities, to build our tribal economies. Another key area that related to that, to building those economies, is our inherent sovereignty and our ability to exercise taxation as any other nation would on their lands. And one of the key issues that we talk about often is dual taxation and tax parity throughout Indian country. And in no other place in this country, and I have this conversation with my own governor back in Connecticut, do we allow an outside jurisdiction to come into your lands. In the example of Connecticut, Rhode Island, the bordering state, cannot come into Connecticut and tax Connecticut citizens. Why is that allowed in Indian country? And it's a key hurdle for economic development on our lands. And so if you have a developer that wants to come in and build, a gas station or a grocery store or apartments or what have you, and they're not sure whether they're going to be taxed by you as a sovereign or the local jurisdiction, that creates confusion for them and hesitancy for them to invest. And so we deal with that frequently at Mashantucket, and it's a common issue throughout Indian country. But more importantly, it's a simple issue of parity, right? I mean, we should have the ability, the exclusive taxing right on our lands as anyone else, any state does and any nation does. And we think that's key to economic development, to unleashing economic development throughout Indian country. And one of the key challenges that we face at Mashantucket and many of us face all throughout Indian country.
Thank you, Chairman Butler. And also, you can't offer tax credits either, and that's a problem, if you're trying to locate businesses on your reservation. The next question is for Deputy Secretary Adeyemo and Administrator Guzman. What are some of the steps the administration has taken so far to make progress and address these challenges? And so I'll turn to you first, Deputy Secretary Adeyemo.
Well, thank you so much, Chief Malerba. And I think I'll join others in just commenting on the fact that a big piece for the Secretary and I, Secretary Yellen, who unfortunately couldn't be here today but wants to send her greetings, is making sure that when we came into office, we improved our nation-to-nation relationships. And that required us to do extensive consultation. And in that consultation, you not only talked about the need for access to capital, but for deepening the relationship and for setting up an office that would be a place where we would focus on Native and tribal issues. And it's something that we did and we've done at the Treasury Department, and the person who is overseeing that office, who is driving the work of that office, is Chief Malerba, and it's being staffed by tribal members. And part of this is because we recognize that this isn't only about money, but it's also about making sure that we improve access to information and that we deal with fundamental issues in our nation-to-nation relationship. But when it comes to money, more than $30 billion has been provided to tribal nations through the American Rescue Plan and other recovery-related plans. That is a historic amount of money. It's money that you're using to improve your communities, and I'll just talk about a few things that we've seen. For example, the Mesclero Apache tribe, which is doing workforce training, or the Douglas Indian Association that's using the money to work on to provide tribal fisheries education and other services. I could go on and on about the things that are being done by the 500 different tribes that have received these resources, but ultimately our goal is to make sure that this money is going to be transformative and to put you in a position to help your communities not only recover, but to be in a position where you can build for the future. Today we released a report that summarizes some of the impressive work that you are doing inside of your communities with that $30 billion that have been provided to you, but we know that much more needs to be done. That's why, to the point that President Herman raised around access to capital, we're also providing money to community development financial institutions. There are in your nations. More than $50 million have been provided to them from the Treasury Department. And we provided more than $700 million through the State Small Business Credit Initiative to your nations as well. But ultimately, we know that this money is only useful if you're able to attract other private capital going forward. That's why we want to be in communication, why we want to make sure that we're working to improve our nation-to-nation relations. And I know that Secretary Yellen appreciated the opportunity to come out and visit President Herman and to learn more about your community. And our goal going forward is not only to make sure that you have access to the capital, but that we make sure that you have access to the information and that the businesses understand why doing work and business in tribal nations is critical to not only your economic development, but it's also a real business opportunity for them. So ultimately, our goal is to make sure that you get access to this money, but that also that you get access to the information that's critical to you in terms of how you have access to capital going forward.
Thank you. Administrator Guzman.
Yeah, the small business and entrepreneurship is that pathway to the American dream. It is that pathway to prosperity for so many of our communities. When President Biden talks about his economic agenda, it's about creating an economy that works for everyone. It's creating competition, reinvesting in American innovation, American-made, and making sure that we can build the economy from the bottom up and the middle out. And that's squarely where small businesses lie. We are startups. We are the ones who bootstrap to create wealth in our communities. And being able to develop small businesses and entrepreneurship on tribal lands is such a critical priority for the administration, as we know that leads to stronger community outcomes and stronger economic outcomes for our nation. President Biden, when he first nominated me, shared his concern. Obviously, we're in the middle of the COVID pandemic. Businesses were, in many cases, closed still. Huge challenges and struggles, and the SBA was the agency put at the helm of trying to distribute critical funding through the Paycheck Protection Program and other programs. But we saw that there was great disparity in access. And President Biden wanted to make sure that we could build the SBA to better serve our small businesses and meet them where they are. And so my team and I have been really focusing on making sure that we can understand who that small business owner is and meet their needs and meet them where they are. The SBA is responsible for putting capital into the hands of small businesses so that they can grow. That's our main strategy, but in private partnership with the lending network across the nation, both on loans and investments. We manage a portfolio outputting about $50 billion a year in our core lending programs, as well as our investment vehicles, providing debt and equity. So the programs, though, are obviously are not accessed equally, and that's the priority of the Biden-Harris administration, is to ensure that we can have equity and access. Small businesses have the grit, the determination, the ability to make something out of their ideas and form it, but they need the tools and the resources to be successful. And underinvestment in those small businesses leads to great inefficiencies in our economy because they're not able to create the jobs or create the output that they could aspire to. Small businesses are responsible for the creation of 2/3 of net new jobs, but young firms in their first 2 years are responsible for nearly all new job creation. And so it is really critical that startups and small businesses are supported. The SBA in 2021 really tried to focus on making sure that we could build those access points. We 5X'd our network of Native organizations that focus on entrepreneurship, growing to 40 grantees around the country thanks to the American Rescue Plan and our core grantee programs that are led by my lead in my Office of Native American Affairs, Jackson Brasi, who's here with me today. And that really helped us get more funding into the hands of Native-owned businesses to the tune of over $2.2 billion in the president's first year within our COVID relief programs. We want to now replicate those successes in all of our capital access programs and have been doing listening sessions around the country, as well as our tribal consultations to make sure that we can truly help more entrepreneurs, either on reservation or not, to make sure that they can be successful wherever they choose to be, and that the SBA's programs are relevant and meet their needs and the barriers and challenges that they've faced historically in this country. So we are, we've seen great progress with the Biden-Harris administration, but obviously so much more to go to make sure that capital is not a barrier to successful entrepreneurship on tribal lands.
Thank you all for your answers. The next question is for everyone on the panel, and so we're just going to go right from President Herman on down the line. What more needs to be done to sustain and accelerate economic development in Indian country?
Thank you again for the question. I was thinking about Secretary Yellen's visit to the Rosebud Reservation, and we took her around to see what we was doing on the Rosebud, and some of the ideas that we had proposed to her as far as what she can take back and maybe help all tribes with their economic development ventures. We had recently had some ARPA money and CARES money that our tribal council decided to prioritize and take care of some of our homeless people and some of our housing units that are so dilapidated that it needs fixing and renovations. We also decided to appropriate some of our ARPA money to develop a ARPA construction office, it's called, to develop and build 100 houses to basically to be able to maybe for our membership to be able to buy back and to be able to sustain and maybe create a workforce to do that. Our local contractors for our ARPA construction office that are getting the jobs are really doing a good job. They're putting their skills to work. It's creating a lot of jobs for our people. So we're very thankful for ARPA funds that we have received for Rosebud. Other things that we want to talk about is a little bit about all these young people that are out there going to college, and they're coming out with these really nice business plans that they want to get funded for, and they just don't have the credit or the access to capital that they should need to even get started. So I'm always getting phone calls from the young people that are saying, hey, I got an idea, I got my business degree, I want to start my own business, I want to do something good here on the reservation. But it doesn't happen because they can never get that capital to be able to do it. The tribes don't have the resources as well to be able to help them get it started and some startup costs. There's a few instances where our tribe did take in our communities that didn't have nothing, no kind of stores, nothing out there in their communities except for housing units. They did offer some type of grants to the tribe to be able to develop some type of businesses out in those communities. But eventually they were successful, and some of them were not so successful. But eventually we can start doing that if we had some more funding to be able to provide to our people to develop in their communities. But that's one of I guess that's one of the answers to creating and making it better in our communities, is be able to access capital, to be able to access those tax credits, to maybe be able to get some interest-free loans from the Treasury or from even the SBA part of it, as far as some kind of agreement that we can have with tribes for payback to help these young people that want to get started. Thank you.
Yeah, I think there's a few things here, and thank you, President Herman. Really, from my perspective, there's 4 high-level initiatives that we need to do, and one, just looking at this stage, is the permanent funding of the Office of Tribal and Native Affairs, the newly created office in Treasury. And again, it's monumental that we have that. We cannot lose that, right? It can't be subject to the next administration or the next administration, so permanent funding for that. is critically important to provide Chief Malerba and her team the tools that they need to help all of us. And following on that, there's also the Tribal Treasury Advisory Committee, which many of you may or may not be familiar with, and there's some members of the committee that are here today. Their focus has been on tax issues, and it's a subcommittee of Treasury that advises Treasury, allowing them to broaden their scope beyond tax issues and to broader economic issues, I think is key, and also expanding their authority and what they can do and what they cannot do. They've been very limited in scope and authority over the last few years, but still effective nonetheless. And so those would be two areas in Treasury. There's also two legislative efforts that are ongoing that focus on tax parity and economic development in Indian country. Congressman Kine has a piece of legislation out there. Senator Cortez Mastro, and congratulations to her on her successful reelection, has a piece of legislation out there that really goes to the heart of those tax issues that I was talking about earlier, and the need for us to have complete tax exclusivity on our lands and how we apply those. And so those are two key initiatives from a legislative perspective that we need to advance and support. And then lastly, I would add, and this goes back to, again, to one of President Herman's points, and that, we have been incredibly blessed in the last 2.5 years, despite the pandemic and the challenges of that, but with unprecedented funding coming from the federal government to our nations. And between CARES and ARPA and the IRA, it's great. It's billions of dollars that are available and, quite frankly, sitting on the shelf. And so we need to have clarity and access to those funds. We need to streamline the access to those funds. And then it goes back to a key point that I think Secretary Hyland made at the beginning of this conversation, in that, we as tribal leaders, we know how to take care of our people, so allow us the flexibility to take advantage of those funds and deploy those as we see fit within our communities to be successful and to promote our economies and our nations. Thank you.
The SBA focuses on access to capital clearly, but also the revenue growth opportunities, the opportunities to do contracting with the federal government, as well as technical assistance, and I referenced our expanding network previously. But in terms of access to capital that I want to lean into right now, I talked about the listening sessions that I had, previously around the country, my team and I, as well as the consultations. Everything that the president and the chairman have shared have rung true in terms of our experience with small businesses directly, talking to small businesses that located off of reservation because they couldn't handle, dealing with the challenges of accessing capital, by being on trust land, or businesses that may be located on but had to drive, nearly 50 miles to ship their products and receive their products and conduct e-commerce business. And so, those are challenges that really resonate. And as a result of those conversations, we launched a Native Lending Initiative, which we announced, last year, and started to really dive into our network, which includes Native CDFIs that we're funding through the American Rescue Plan and our Community Navigator pilot program, to really dig into the challenges and the barriers and what policy changes or statutory changes or regulatory changes need to be implemented in order to improve our core lending programs, our investment vehicles. And so we're so proud to have launched that Native Lending Initiative, but even more proud that we are able to roll it out in a collaborative way across the whole of government with the President's leadership today. And that's Department of Treasury, Department of Interior, USDA, as well as the Office of Management and Budget and the Council of Economic Advisors, and of course the Department of Interior, have all gathered in an interagency initiative on access to capital to make sure that we could identify barriers and as well as improve access. And so starting in the first quarter of next year, we're going to start creating those lists, as was mentioned, of all the resources and access to capital points within the federal government, and then start to dive into reporting on the challenges, whether they're statutory or regulatory or just policy changes within the various agencies, to try to improve those access points and create an action plan to then address those issues so that we can see some actual results, track data, track our performance, and make sure that we can open up the opportunities for accessing capital within the federal government to more communities around the country, because capital is king. It is what seeds these businesses around the country, and we want to make sure that from a whole of government perspective, we're collaborating and finding best practices to improve our lending to Native entrepreneurs, to tribal-based businesses around the country. And I'm proud to partner with the Department of Treasury and others, especially with their leadership, to continue on our journey that we started at the SBA last year and expand it to really make an impact.
Well, let me commend the administrator for her work on access to capital. I think it's critically important that we have a focus on how capital can be accessed, thinking about how we can pull together information, how we can have conversations as part of our nation-to-nation relationship about what we can do in terms of access to capital. And I think President Herman raised a very important issue, which is how do we get access to capital to new entrepreneurs? The administrator talked about how new entrepreneurs are the ones who are creating a great deal of the jobs, both in Indian country, but around the country more generally. And I think a big piece of this for us has been the state small business credit initiative, which, as I mentioned, provided $704, I believe, million to tribal nations. And that amount, we intend for it to be leveraged and to attract $10 for every $1 we put in, from getting money from the private sector and from nonprofits. So that should be we're hoping that will be a $7 billion pool of capital that can go to those small businesses, because ultimately the thing that we want to do is to create a virtuous cycle in your communities in which small businesses can grow, they can employ people in your communities, and by growing those small businesses, you grow your economy overall. In order to do that, we want to do that in partnership with you, and that's going to require more than just the capital. It's going to require us to improve our relationship and to be in consultation with you. And that's why I think the points about making sure that the Office of Tribal and Native Affairs is funded is critical. That's why I think it's important for us to think about how we can better use the advisory committee to help better inform us. Recently, we held a consultation with more than 200 tribes on the Inflation Reduction Act climate provisions. And for those of you who aren't aware, as part of the Inflation Reduction Act that recently passed, there was about $370 billion of money set aside to help us deal with our climate challenge, but in a way that would also create economic opportunity so that we meet our climate goals while supporting jobs in our economy. Outside forecasters estimate that $370 billion investment will lead to the private sector investing up to $3 trillion. That investment should happen all over the country, including in Indian country. And we want to make sure that we're consulting with you on how we can use those incentives to create economic opportunity in your communities going forward. And that's why we think that these conversations and improving our nation-to-nation relationship is critical to making sure that we create a virtuous cycle in which economic opportunity in other parts of the country lead to economic opportunity in Indian country as well. And we look forward to continuing this relationship going forward.
Well, thank you to all the panelists. You've all done a wonderful job kind of outlining where we are, but where we want to be, and I think that that's what's most important. We do have a couple of minutes for questions, so I would ask Principal Deputy Secretary Weezy to come and moderate those questions.
Side of the room that wants to see the individual right in the back there is in the gray. Yep.
Good morning. My name is Robert Van Zyl. I'm the tribal chairman of the Secaucus Chippewa Tribe of Wisconsin. I'm here today on a mission to ask for some help to be able to move our community forward. But we get caught up in this bureaucracy of, we have 574 tribes here, and we don't have an opportunity to speak to you. You know, this morning I only seen 3 people get up and speak. So how can we express our concerns to you if we are not able to speak to you. On the other hand, you know, some of us got up here, traveled, drove through storms, got on planes and traveled here. My day started out at 2:00 a.m. Monday morning, and I flew over here. So I'm trying to ask you a simple question. I came here for a purpose and a reason, and I want to talk to people. I want to talk to Deb Haaland. I want to talk to the Department of Energy. You know, we need to have this opportunity so that people can speak, not have a one-way conversation where you're sitting up there and we're sitting down here listening to you. You should be listening to us. Thank you. Should I drop the mic?
Thank you. Thank you for that. And we always apologize that there's not always enough time. And again, if people have questions or comments that they want to get addressed, and again, we're just not able to get to every tribal leader, but please send an email to White House Counsel, WHCNAA@BIA.gov, so we can follow up on whatever kind of specific matter you have. But I think at this time, we're out of time for now.
Well, I think I
Well,
just
one
want to
thing I
say a
want to
word,
add,
though,
too,
and say that
yeah.
I do agree that we should be listening to you, and I think we really are focused on the idea of improving our nation-to-nation relationship, and that's why we've created the Office of Treasury. That's why we've created the Advisory Council. That's why over the course of the last several months we've done consultation nation-to-nation. And I think that as you look to do that, Chief Malerba is here on stage, but she will be here throughout the conference. You should approach her and our staff, and I know that's true for SBA as well. Our goal is to improve the relationships, and I want to admit to the fact that we have been far from perfect in terms of our ability to get access to us, but our goal is to continue to improve and to make progress in doing that. So we look forward to continuing the conversation and hearing directly from you as well.
And I would just like to add as well, I mean, Secretary Haaland actually personally called all of us to make sure that we were present and available, which is why, you know, I had my team clear my schedule to join, you know, an evening reception yesterday and stay on for lunch today. So I'll be here for quite some time if anyone wants to come up and talk to me. And of course, Jackson Barassi on my team is available as well. I've elevated his office to report directly to me so that I can hear from you and I can try to get out there and travel as much as I can to make sure that we are providing consultation opportunities, but an opportunity to visit and have one-on-one opportunities to hear the concerns and challenges, because the Biden-Harris administration is really committed to impacting change, to really truly creating that economy that works for everyone. And that's a huge task considering the massive barriers that exist, but we want to make sure that we can transform our programs so that they can work for you. And so, you know that you have an incredible voice and advocate in Secretary Haaland, who's really committed to making sure that that all of us know the truth and the knowledge that all of you want to share with us as well. And she's actually even expressed and shared how many of you have traveled from far places and had very difficult journeys to get here, which is why we wanted to make sure we were available as much as the time as possible.
And I welcome tribal delegations to come to Treasury and visit with myself and Fatima. We love it when you come in, and we will work to schedule you whenever you'd like to come in. So please come see us.
It is raining. It is a rain check.
Okay. Thank you to my panelists.
Tapatash.
Ladies and gentlemen, please do not leave the auditorium at this time, as entry will be limited prior to the President's remarks. We will have a short break at this time.
1, 2, 3, 4. Testing podium microphones. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can we bump these up a little bit? You can turn the instant replay off for now. Testing podium microphones. Testing podium microphones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's test the wireless microphone. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Testing the wireless microphone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Testing EMG microphone. Hey, Ian. I just saw you come up. Hey, it's okay. Can I see words up real quick? Nick, have you done? Nick, So is it, where's the wireless mic standard? Is it just down here? Yeah, right in there. Okay. We're making these stands for them. Can I have a little piece of gaff tape, Brett? Yes. Black gaff tape? I'll show you what we normally do, and then they're making new stands for them. Okay, I'm gonna put it here for 1 second. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Can we turn this wireless microphone off, please? Or just mute it, I'm sorry, not turn it off. Great.
should I get the secretary to her seat? All the cameras are now probably blocking.
Where's her seat?
This first row right here.
I'm trying to get Susan to get her to some reserved seat. But as soon as she gets back, where is she? Yeah, on the far side. Right. Are you all set? Okay.
I mean, maybe.
Okay.
Brett's helping me.
Brett's helping you. Sorry, I'm just.
No, no, you're totally fine.
No, it's nice to see you.
It's so cold.
It's what?
It's so cold.
Well, that's all right.
Feels
I'd rather
cold.
It be cold than
Warm. Yeah, you're right, but
I don't know if I'm right. That's my preference.
I mean, I agree with you. I mean, I just can't. $40.
I was around 4,200.
That's
Something like that. 40, maybe 4,000.
really.
Just to cool it off a little bit.
Yeah. Okay.
But I might just do
Auto it. I might try something else.
Weren't you on one of those long temps out in California for a while? Like a month or something out there? Yeah, I just got back. I'm doing like Cape Town, Indiana. They switched us around every week. You kind of back. 2 more rotations and I'm done. They still stay at that Residence Inn in Reno, right? No, they fucking moved us over to Courtyard, which is right next door. What? Some bullshit reason about Google being there for like a month and taking this out, but it's over the Oh, like renting the whole place out kind of thing. So they'll go back like once a month. That's what they're supposed to do, but apparently that might not happen. So, because they rent the rates back up. You gotta push for that though. Because you need, like when you're there for even
We're going to bring them in now.
All right, go ahead.
I guess.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as the program will begin momentarily.
Please welcome the United States Secretary of the Interior, Deb Haaland.
Hello again. So happy to be with you all once more, and I hope you're enjoying your morning. Already, we've heard some incredible discussions between tribal leaders and my colleagues from across the Biden-Harris administration. I'm grateful to Secretary Miguel Cardona for our conversation on the importance of educational opportunities for Native youth, in particular, Native language preservation. Our children deserve to inherit the knowledge our ancestors sought to pass down, and I'm proud to build on our work together. We had the privilege to hear from Surgeon General Vivek Murthy on our prioritization of mental health services across Indian country. Addressing intergenerational trauma will require dedicated attention and funding, and I am grateful for his partnership on this front. And we've explored next steps for economic development across Indian country, which demands fair and equitable access to capital. Tribes deserve to grow their economies meaningfully, and I appreciate the commitment of Chief Lynn Malerba and Administrator Guzman to this critical work. Yes, you can applaud. Already, this year's summit has highlighted the importance of collaboration in our shared quest for progress. Without our friends and champions across this historic administration that President Biden built, Indian country would not see the extraordinary progress and investments that are already improving the lives of so many. You and I know firsthand that Native people have not always had friends in the White House, but from the very beginning, one person has made his commitment to our people loud and clear. As I mentioned this morning, thanks to the determination of President Biden, Interior alone has invested more than $45 billion into Indian country through the American Rescue Plan, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, and the Inflation Reduction Act. This bears repeating. Thank you. This bears repeating. That's more than 15 years worth of the BIA's annual budget in less than 2 years. I am so proud to lead this work here at Interior. This agency, once charged with assimilating our people through family separation, is now leading the work to heal those broken promises and to strengthen Indian country. From day one, thank you. From day one, President Biden has followed through on his promise to advance the priorities that matter to all of us. I am so deeply grateful for his unwavering and personal commitment to our communities. It's such an honor to welcome someone who leads with integrity and a genuine dedication to our people and to our country. Everyone, please give a warm welcome to President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Please take a seat if you have one. I say that because one day I said, take a seat, and everybody said, he doesn't even understand there's no chairs out here. Well, Deb, thank you, Madam Secretary, for that introduction. 35 generations of ancestors in New Mexico and the first Native American cabinet secretary in American history. Deb, I want to thank you for your leadership and the Interior Department and stewardship of the nation-to-nation relationships that I say to my fellow leaders out there. And I mean that sincerely. To all the tribal leaders, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for being here and for your partnership. I made a commitment when I ran for president. In fact, I made a commitment when I was basically a 30-year-old senator and a student of Danny Inouye, a senator from the state of Hawaii, who made it clear to me, because I said Indian country, said no, Indian nations, Indian nations. You know, I made a commitment my administration would prioritize and respect nation-to-nation relationships, and I'm going to make sure that happens. I hope our work in the past 2 years has demonstrated that we're meeting that commitment, and that's why I relaunched this convening and elevated event into a White House Tribal Nations Summit, because after the previous administration failed to convene any events, anything on this scale. On my watch, we're ushering in a new era and advancing a way for the federal government to work with tribal nations. And it starts by appointing Native Americans to lead the front lines of my administration. You know, starting with Secretary Haaland, we followed dozens of Senate-confirmed Native American officials, over 60 Native American appointees all across my administration, including in the federal courts. I restored the White House Council on Native American Affairs to improve interagency coordination and decision-making. Together, emphasize the word together. Together, my entire administration is advancing the economic agenda and making historic investments in Indian country, and I might add that are long overdue. Facing a pandemic and economic crisis that disproportionately impacted tribal nations, I invested more than $32 billion in the American Rescue Plan, the largest one-time ever direct investment in Indian country in American history. During the pandemic, Native Americans were contracting the virus three times the rate of other groups, and losing their lives at twice the rate of other groups. But together, we used that funding to help tribal communities go from one of the most harmed groups by COVID to one of the most vaccinated communities in the entire country. And to all my fellow leaders, you use that funding to address other critical needs as well, such as housing, food assistance, support for tribal economies, and for schools and language. In fact, last year, Jill, my wife, traveled with Deb to the Cherokee Immersion School in Oklahoma. The Cherokee Nation used part of this funding to start building a second school and revitalize the use of the Cherokee language. By the way, she spent a lot of time on other reservations, other nations as well. I'm worried she's not going to come home one of these days when she goes. You think I'm joking, I'm telling you. If I hear more about the Navajos than I hear about me. You all think I'm kidding, don't you? Anyway, learning native language leads to better outcomes in school, builds confidence in students, and passes down old traditions to new generations. It matters, but it didn't stop there. Together, we're continuing to make a difference. I also made the largest single investment in our nation's infrastructure since President Eisenhower's National Highway Program, the biggest investment in Indian country infrastructure ever in history. More than $13 billion in rebuilding infrastructure in Indian country. And to state the obvious, is long overdue. And we're putting it to work together, building water infrastructure for clean drinking water, safer plumbing systems, delivering affordable high-speed internet, repairing roads and bridges, restoring waterways that are now blocked by roads and highways that affect the migration of salmon that's essential to the livelihoods and cultures of so many tribes. electrifying diesel school buses so tribal children don't breathe that polluted air generated by diesel engines. And in South Dakota, $29 million of infrastructure funding to help us repair 2 old dams built in the 40s, and the other one, the first in the 40s, the other in the 60s, on the Pine Ridge Reservation. 4 years and years now, the tribes have lived in the shadow of disaster, worried the dams would break, destroy their communities. So soon they'll be able to sleep a much more peaceful night, knowing those dams have been fully repaired and rebuilt. This past summer, we're also ushered in a new era of confronting and adapting to the climate crisis. I signed a law that made the biggest investment ever in all of history. That includes $700 million exclusively for Native communities. I see our Secretary of Agriculture here, who's also made it clear and made a major contribution on seeing to it that we use farmlands to absorb carbon from the air and so much more and pay farmers for doing it. It's going to help mitigate the impacts of extreme droughts and wildfires, rising sea levels that affect the sources of tribal foods, tribal resources, tribal traditions, tribal ways of life. It's going to bring clean electricity into your homes. It's going to develop homegrown clean energy so Indian country helps lead the future to the goal we've set of 100% carbon pollution-free electricity by the year 2035. You're all part of that, and you're going to help lead that. To ensure these investments reach native lands, my administration is going to work with the tribes to help them transition to clean energy development and do it quickly. That includes the federal government as the largest single energy consumer in the world, buying more carbon-free electricity from tribal energy producers. We're also going to launch a new electric vehicle initiative for tribal nations to ensure that our nationwide electric vehicle network includes Native communities. And, as all of you know, there are tribal communities at risk of being washed away by superstorms, rising sea levels, and wildfires raging. I've flown over literally several thousand acres of the storms and the fires that have been, and the West in particular, and also down in the Southwest. And it's devastating. That's why today I'm announcing a $135 million commitment to help 11 tribal communities from Maine, Louisiana, Arizona, Washington State, and Alaska to move, in some cases, their entire communities back to safer ground and pay for that. I've also requested $9.1 billion, that's with a B, billion dollars, for the Indian Health Services. I've asked Congress for the first time ever to make that funding mandatory, a mandatory part of the federal budget. That means the funding would always be there, and it insulates Indian Health Services from budget uncertainties to make it harder to deliver the care Indian country needs and deserves. Thank you. We got to get it done. I need your help in getting it done. And here's another thing that's very important to me. In last year's summit, I signed an executive order to improve public safety and the criminal justice for Native Americans and to respond more effectively to the epidemic of missing and murdered Indigenous people. Since then, the United States Department of Justice and Interior have created a lead new federal agency enforcement strategy that takes the special circumstances of these crimes into account. This is a priority to me and to the Justice Department. And so it's using the Violence Against Women Act, which I wrote myself 30 years ago, as my sister would kid and say, with my own paw. I sat down and wrote that because I feel so strongly about it, to end the scourge of violence against women everywhere. This year, I was proud to sign a reauthorization of this law that includes historic provisions that strengthen tribal sovereignty and safety. And today, I'm announcing even more critical actions that are the result of a meaningful and deliberate consultation process with you all. My administration listened, we heard you, and we're implementing many of the changes you asked for. Today, I signed a new presidential memorandum that improves consultation between the federal government and tribal nations based on key principles. Consultation has to be a two-way, nation-to-nation exchange of information. Federal agencies should strive to reach consensus among the tribes. And there should be adequate time for ample communications. Federal agencies should prepare a public record for what's transpired during those consultations, and tribal nations should know how their contributions influence the decision-making. And this is a new presidential memorandum requires all relevant federal agencies to get annual training on tribal consultation process. Let me say that again. All federal agencies. And so, folks, it's a whole changed approach. My administration also continues using all the available authorities, including the Antiquities Act, to protect sacred tribal lands. Deb was with me. Deb was with me last year at the White House when I restored national monuments at Bears Ears and the Grand Staircase Escalade in Utah, the National Canyons and Seamonts in New England. And last month, I traveled to Colorado to declare Camp Hale National Continental Divide, the first new national monument in my presidency using the Antiquities Act. Millions of acres. And look, and there's so much more. There's so much more that we're going to do to protect the treasured tribal lands. When it comes to Spirit Mountain and the surrounding ridges and canyons in southern Nevada, I'm committed to protecting this sacred place that is central to the creation story of so many tribes that are here today. All right. And I'm grateful to so many of you who have led the fight to protect it. I especially want to thank Nevada's congressional delegation. I know there's a lot going on. Well, I can see a couple here now. I see Dina Titus is here. Dina, how are you? Thank you for the support. Is Catherine here? Cortez Masto? She and Senator Rosen. They both are. There's a little action going on in the United States Senate to try to prevent a rail strike. Is Representative Lee in Horsford here? Well, you got the best of the group here, Dana. She's an old friend and a strong supporter. And I look forward to being able to visit Spirit Mountain and experience it with you as soon as I can. And folks, look, I also want to thank Raul, Chairman of the House Natural Resources, and for his leadership across the board on all the efforts I've talked about here today. I'm also announcing that Deb, as Secretary of Interior, will continue to work with the Secretary of Agriculture, as I said, is here, to co-stewardship the federal lands, because that's what it is. We've already signed over 20 new agreements with tribes this year, giving them a greater role in the stewardship of federal lands that are important to their cultures. And it's not stopping there. We have 60 additional co-stewardship agreements currently under review, and I'm announcing today that the Secretary of Commerce is going to formally join these efforts as well. So let me close with a word my dad used all the time: respect. Everyone's entitled to be treated with respect and dignity, the dignity that comes from just being who we are. This is especially true for tribal nations, to whom the United States owes a solemn trust and treaty obligations that we haven't always lived up to. When I talk about respect, here's what I mean by respect. Respect for tribes as nations and treaties as law. Respect for, beg your pardon? I thought you said no. I was getting a little worried. I thought somebody said no. Respect for indigenous knowledge and tribal consultations as a key part of the federal agency decision-making. Respect means we'll defend tribal sovereignty and self-government and self-determination, and will support tribal economy and keep fighting for better tribal health care, child care, education, housing, public safety, and so much more. And respect means being there in person to show it. And you've seen Jill. You've seen my wife Jill in Indian country. She's at a funeral this morning for the mother of a friend of ours. But she spent a lot of time. I've spent a lot of time in Indian country as a senator and vice president, but I can say here today, I intend to make official presidential visits to Indian country, to make it official. Do it. And I will do so in the enduring spirit of our nation-to-nation relationship, the spirit of friendship, stewardship, and respect. It's taken too long for us to recognize this. It's the only way to move forward. But my administration is doing all it can to demonstrate our commitment to those timeless ideals. So thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your partnership. And I'm sure I'll make mistakes, but you know me. Don't hesitate to correct me when I make it. And I know you won't hesitate. But I really mean it. I really mean it. Well, I tell you what, no one's ever done as much as president as this administration is doing, period. I am committed. And as my grandfather Finnegan would say, that's the Irish of it. Thank you all very much. Thanks. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Finally, finally, finally. Let's keep it going, okay? Thank you.
At this time, we will proceed to lunch for tribal leaders provided in the Bison Bistro and a performance presented by the National Endowment for the Humanities. We will reconvene the program at 1 p.m. Please make your way to the bistro at this time. To the stage for a conversation on tribal homelands initiatives, President Richard Peterson of the Central Council of the Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska, Chairman Manuel Hart of the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, Secretary Deb Haaland of the United States Department of the Interior, Secretary Tom Vilsack of the United States Department of Agriculture, Administrator Michael Reagan of the United States Environmental Protection Agency. This discussion will be moderated by Julie Chavez Rodriguez, Senior Advisor to the President and Director of the White House Office of Intergovernmental Affairs.
Hello? Okay, great. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all so much for making it back to this Tribal Nations Summit. I know we had, just a really tremendous remarks from the president and helped to set the stage for an important conversation we're going to have right now with several of our cabinet officials as well as a couple of tribal leaders. So the Tribal Homelands Initiative will help to touch on innovative ways that the Biden-Harris administration is really focused on ensuring tribal land rights and protecting natural resources. So we're going to start off with our very own Secretary Deb Haaland here at the Department of Interior to really highlight how DOI is working to protect tribal natural resources through initiatives here at Interior.
Thank you so much, Julie, and always happy to have you here. And welcome to everyone. I'm so proud to be here with all of you. Thank you so much. First, I want to just re-emphasize, you heard it this morning from the president himself, in his commitment to Indian country. And so he is our leader, and we are following his lead here in the department. It's an all-of-government approach to make sure that we are addressing these issues head-on across the federal government. So one of the most important things, of course, and we've mentioned this also this morning, is consultation, making sure that we are talking to tribes, that tribes have a seat at the table, that they have a voice in our future and in any policy making that we're doing. And so we are working hard on that. There are proposed changes to the fee to trust regulations. We know we need to make those more efficient. Several of you have actually mentioned this to me already this morning, that's one of the issues you're facing. So none of this is lost on us. I know the wheels of the federal government move kind of slow sometimes, but just know that behind the scenes, we are all working very hard to make sure that your needs are met. Now, very quickly, one of the things that I've been very proud to witness in my travels, both to Indian country and to our national parks, our wildlife refuges, and our public lands, is the relationship between tribes and our federal employees in those areas. I was in California, the Redwood State and National Parks, and saw firsthand how the tribes are working directly with the Forest Service, with the Fish and Wildlife Service, to ensure that they are restoring streams and looking out for the ecology and the habitat so that animals can thrive in those places. So we're grateful to have this knowledge available to us, and very incredibly grateful for your generosity in sharing your knowledge that's been collected over millennia, so that we can have a more positive effect on the issues that we're covering. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you so much, Secretary Holland. We'd now like to hear from two of our tribal leaders that are joining the panel today, President Peterson and Chairman Hart. If you all, the Secretary just mentioned some of the work around fee to trust efforts. What does the administration's new fee to trust process mean for your communities?
Well, for us in Alaska, it's really an incredible move forward. All we've ever really wanted was parity with our lower 48 brothers and sister tribes. And 2 weeks ago, very excited that Assistant Secretary Brian Newland signed the first fee to trust in Alaska in this administration and since the Obama administration. What that means for us is so deep and is really expansive because, in Alaska, with only one reservation tribe there, so often we're told that we don't have Indian country, we don't have Indian lands, and now we can say we do. And it's about self-determination, and, if we're sovereign tribes, we deserve and should have the right to put those lands into trust. So it's an incredible step forward for us. The solicitor's new opinion, I think, is going to make it incredibly easier for more tribes to put land of trust into Alaska. And I hope that Tlingit Haida isn't the last, under this, because under the Obama administration, only the Craig tribe was the only tribe to successfully put land into trust. And so, and through the last administration, it was an incredible step backwards in these efforts. So we're very pleased that with this administration and working with the Department of Interior now has been just night and day, and it's an incredible opportunity for government to government.
Chairman, do you want to also?
Yes, thank you. Mike Brown, to which the way I had one broken to do my mention that what you had to broken. So I just said, welcome my relatives that are from across this country that we live in. It's good to see each and every one of you. I come from Colorado, and our land base is 600,000 acres, and we go into 3 states, Colorado, Utah, and New Mexico. And we have 7 ranches that are off the reservation. So trying to get these ranches based on the distance they are from our reservation, one of them is about 4 hours away. We've been trying to apply for a fee to trust to put that ranch in. It's a 20,000 acre ranch, middle of Colorado. The process of that is so difficult sometimes because I personally think that the Bureau of Indian Affairs or the Department of Interior should help in helping us to do the legal land description. The cost of that is costing me about $300,000 just to do the legal land description, just so that we can identify the legal boundaries of it. Originally, I had a dispute, our tribe had a dispute with Navajo tribe in New Mexico, and the Navajo tribe, they won the litigation on it. We ended up getting the funds from it. It was trust land originally, so we ended up buying this ranch up in the middle of Colorado. And it should have went from trust to trust, but yet it went from trust to restricted fee. And then eventually later it got with the solicitor here about 5-6 years ago, and he said, no, it's fee now. So it's a little bit of a struggle trying to just identify how the land base is. Now, we as tribes are the original inhabitants of this country. Even before Columbus came, you know, he didn't discover America. We were already here. So there are more than probably 600 tribes that have original lands, Aboriginal lands in the United States. Today, we have 574 federally recognized tribes, but only 326 of them have a reservation land base. These other 200 plus tribes still don't have an identity called home. Some have been relocated to certain areas. I think Kickapoo came from the East Coast, now they're down in Texas. Oklahoma was designated as Indian Territory to put all of the tribes down there. But during Lincoln's presidency, he was focused more a lot on the war that was going on between the North and the South. So he had to really look at how things are going to happen. Now, there's about 370 treaties signed with tribes from 1778 to 1871. And in 1871 legislatures, Congress said we're not going to do any more treaties. So today we still fight them same treaties of trying to get our lands back. So these are my comments on fee to trust, that we have to keep continuing to hold the federal government's feet to the fire and the obligations they have, their fiduciary responsibility to keep things going. And it's just not only land, it's water also. Because these waters were here a long time ago. When the chiefs put these treaties into, and they signed it and they put their thumbprint on it, they said as long as these lands are green and the water flows. Today, I think that concept still should be applied. So with that is my comments on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Next, we'll go to Secretary Vilsack. I know the President spoke about the incredible co-stewardship work that USDA is helping to lead and that I know DOI is also helping to implement. But what does that look like in your department, and how are they really implementing this historic effort?
Julie, thanks very, very much. And it's certainly an honor to be here today with all of the leaders. I want you all to have some degree of sympathy for me. My staff has put together some phenomenal talking points. In fact, the talking points underlined the big announcement of co-stewardship. Well, here's the problem. The President came here this morning and made the announcement. All of the announcements that I was to make. So I'm going to reiterate, but before I do, I want to say a word about two women. The President certainly has provided incredible leadership in areas involving the tribes, and has expressed to his cabinet the importance and the commitment that his administration and the Vice President have to the tribal nations. But I've worked with a number of cabinet members over the course of my career as a governor and as a Secretary of Agriculture, but I've never seen anyone more focused and more successful at the work that her department has been provided than Deb Haaland. Deb, I would challenge the tribal leaders in this room today to tell me if there has ever been a Secretary of Interior that has been more committed to the work of nation-to-nation tribal benefits than Deb Haaland. Deb, it's been a real privilege to work with you. And I'm fortunate because I have an incredible person working for me in tribal affairs, and that's Heather Don Thompson. Heather, stand up. So the President instructed us to focus on ways in which we could do a better job, Mr. Chairman, to your point, your passionate point, about this trust relationship and this treaty relationship. And there's no more significant intersection of that than the lands that the federal government works with and has, and the importance of working with the tribes. Because candidly, you all know more about a lot of what to do with the forest than any textbook, any college course, any educational opportunity that folks may have. You live and breathe this. You take it from literally centuries of information and knowledge. And this notion of indigenous knowledge and combining it with the passion and commitment that you all have to maintaining the forest has given us the opportunity with the joint secretarial effort to try to look at ways in which we can do and be better partners with all of you. We came here a year ago and we challenged ourselves. At the time, we thought this was a stretch goal of having more co-stewardship opportunities, and we said we'd like to be able to do in a year's time 6. Well, the President, as he announced, we actually, between the Department of Interior and the Sector and the Ag Department, we've done 20. And the President over here, the first thing he asked me at lunch today was, is there money connected to those joint stewardship contracts, which is an incredibly important question, and the answer is yes, there is. There are millions of dollars that the department's allocated to implement these co-stewardship and co-management opportunities. The President acknowledged that we are in the negotiations and discussions with literally as many as 60 opportunities, and I think because of his passion in this area, we're going to work hard over the course of the next year to get as many of those through the process as possible, and there will be resources attached to it. We estimate roughly $20 million of additional resource attached to those agreements. So we are very committed to this. We understand the importance of it and significance of it, and we think it is a reflection of the importance of our trust and treaty responsibilities.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and I promise I did not steal your talking points and hand them to the President earlier today. But in all honesty, you know, as the Secretary mentioned, this is a very exciting venture, and the President was very excited to be able to announce and share the incredible work that both USDA and DOI have been doing in this area. So to that end, President Peterson, what has co-stewardship meant for you, and what does it mean for tribes to have a role in helping to manage the land that is so sacred?
Well, it's really everything. You know, we've stewarded these lands since time immemorial, right? And our presence on the lands create healthier ecosystems, healthier, sustainable opportunities for hunting and fishing. When you look at Alaska and see where my friends here in the front from the interior of Alaska, for the first time, aren't getting salmon, you know, in their systems. They're concerned about caribou. We've stewarded these resources since the beginning of time. We know how to do it. So we should be a part of this. We're not stakeholders, and we need to be at the table. We need to be managing it. And it's our experience and knowledge that'll guarantee that these resources are here for another millennia. And so that's really what it's about for us. And it's really been incredible the last 2 years. You know, I got to work with Secretary Vilsack under the Obama administration and had him come to the Tongass. And we had talked about things then that unfortunately, again, this last administration had broken promises. And we had agreements with the Forest Service and the USDA that honestly were felt like a slap in the face. So it's really important to us as we move forward. We want to see these promises kept. We want to see them deeply embedded. I know I talked to Secretary Vilsack about that exact thing is, we can't operate at the whim of administrations. You know, administrations can bring in their priorities, but they shouldn't be telling us who have lived here since the beginning of time how to manage our resources, which resources we can even access. These are things that are inherent in our sovereignty. These are things we're born into. My people, I can go to where we fished now, and I can say 10,000 years ago, my ancestor was in the same place fishing. Who else can do that other than our first peoples? We've had complex ecosystems, we've had agriculture, we've had farms, we've had all these systems in place for 10,000 years. All we need is that this government give us the ability to co-steward and co-management so that these resources are here. I hope my goal as a tribal leader is that one day our descendants are talking about their ancestors and what a great job they did, and they mean me. They mean us. That's the responsibility we have sitting in these chairs, sitting alongside Secretary Vilsack, sitting with leadership like Deb Haaland, Secretary Haaland. It's incredible, and I'm so grateful right now to be in a time where I don't have to educate someone like Secretary Haaland. I don't have to educate her assistant. We don't have to educate Heather Dawn. They know these. So it's an incredible thing for this administration when we talk about co-management, government to government, when our own people are sitting across from us in these roles. And so it's one of the things I really credit the Biden administration for doing.
Julie, can I just intercede? Because of the President's insistence and focus on fisheries, it was important for the President to announce earlier today that we're going to have another secretary join us in this joint effort, and that's Secretary Raimondo, who obviously oversees commerce, which has NOAA's responsibilities. So we're going to try to address the issue of fisheries in more specific terms. So that's obviously good news.
Thank you so much, Secretary Vilsack, for accenting that point as well, because it's extremely significant, and I know one that we had, really dove into, especially funding in the infrastructure law to ensure that. Administrator Regan, why don't I go over to you? Can you talk about some of the work that EPA is doing to help protect tribal lands and natural resources, especially in light of the institutionalization that's happening across, I think, so many of our agencies to, as President Peterson mentioned, to ensure that this lives beyond administrations?
Absolutely. First and foremost, I want to say that I echo Secretary Vilsack's sentiments about Ms. Haaland here. I mean, I think she has set the bar for all of us to strive for excellence as we approach our nation-to-nation relationships and development. And I can say first and foremost that while I thank you all for coming to Washington, D.C., I also thank you for embracing us as we visit you and your communities to seek out the indigenous knowledge that we need as we develop the regulations that impact all of us. Last November, EPA, along with 16 federal partners, signed on to the renewal of the 2016 Tribal Treaty Rights Memorandum of Understanding. And based on 25 formal consultation letters from you all, we've developed a new best practices for tribal treaty and reserve rights. We are actually putting out better products because we're increasing our partnership. I just signed a proposed rule just this week that would amend federal water quality standards to clarify how they must protect tribal reserve rights. They specifically outlined that they must do that. And then second, we're developing a proposed rule to establish federal baseline standards for Indian reservation waters that didn't have water quality standards under the Clean Water Act that will be specifically tailored to tribal uses of water. Right now, 80% of Indian reservations don't have that foundation of protection. So there are a number of things that we are doing at the agency to further protect all folks in this country, but more importantly, we're doing it in a way that is actually tailored to our communities in a more specific fashion. So we're excited to be partnering with you all, and thank you for welcoming us to share your knowledge as we better protect the environment.
Thank you so much, Administrator Regan. And Chairman Hart, why don't we go back over to you? Which of these sort of tribal initiatives and efforts to protect tribal homelands would you like to see either expanded or further continued from this administration?
Well, first and foremost, I thank White House for asking me to be up here and speak on tribal leaders' behalf. Today, we face many challenges, whether it be healthcare, education, housing, economic development, or any kind of land issues. We need to come together in a partnership. This is the opportunity we have with this administration and all the funding that's been coming. So really appreciate all the secretaries here, all the tribal leaders, staff that has come. It's a day that goes down into history that we come together. We put our things on the table and say, we need to address this. 574 tribes Not all of them are the same in their initiatives. They're all different in their own way. They're each a sovereign government, a country within a country, and we each have to be able to work with this administration. Time is of the essence, and to work with this administration now and the opportunities we got with all these dollars that are passed by Congress, that's what's going to take us forward. I don't know what's going to be in the next presidential election. It might take 2 steps back, but we need to come together as tribal nations. Yes, these lands, protect them to the best of our ability on an environmental side, on equity of everything across the board for every one of us. For our children that are not here yet, but will be here, we have to give them that future. They talked earlier today about boarding school and teaching a curriculum. I think states need to address a curriculum that really tells the true story of where we came from. Not the Europeans and their history of 3 or 4 or 5 generations, but we, even before they came. That should be put into the histories of each curriculum in public schools for our children and everybody so that they know. We need to protect whatever inherent rights that we have. I think earlier a leader said, I come here all the way over here. Yes, we all came over here, and we all need to be able to have that voice. So instead of us coming here all the time, then let's ask the secretary and all the secretaries and even the president, come to my home, see what it's like, see what my people are going through, from the youngest to the oldest, so they can feel it, that empathy of what we're facing today. We face many challenges. 100 years ago, 1922, was the Colorado River Compact. Up to this day, 100 years later, we are still not at the table to talk about quantifying our water rights. And we're in a huge drought, not only just here, but globally. Climate change is here, and we need to address it, and we need to do it in a timely fashion. So there are many, many issues that we need to talk about. Culture, language. I was talking to Education Secretary earlier, and I said there's this STEAM, science, technology, education, culture, and math. Why don't we add to that STEAM and call LLC, STEAM LLC, and LLC will stand for Love, Language, and Culture. So as a tribal leader, I feel what each and every one of you are facing today in your own homelands. My tribe was a nomadic tribe, and we traveled all over the state of Colorado, and Utah, and New Mexico. We're nomadic, and we're stewards of these mountains. We're called the mountain people. So we try to protect them the best we can. And these monuments that are designated through the Antiquities Act, I was a part of the Bears Ears, and we fought that, and we got that reinstated back to the original when Obama did it. Then Camp Hale was the Aboriginal areas for the Uncompadre Ute tribe. They also need to be consulted with. Today, the president said there's a consultation policy that he's going to be signing off on. That's going to make it better for each and every one of us. So with that, I thank you for giving me this honor to speak on your behalf. Doreach.
Well, thank you all so much for this really engaging panel, and hopefully it was also instructive as we think about ongoing partnerships that we can engage in as the Biden-Harris administration and with tribal governments across the country. With that, I'd like to turn it over, I think, to Weezy to offer up some next steps in terms of engagement opportunities that we'll have throughout sessions later today.
Hello. Oh, there we go. Thank you. We are going to, because we're behind and we're trying to catch back up with our schedule, we're not doing Q&A right now, but we are going to have our White House Council engagement sessions later on today, where we'll have a much more time to have a back and forth and engagement on that. So when that time comes, that's when we're going to have a lot more robust conversation. So thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Weezy, and thank you to all of our panelists.
Please welcome to the stage Deputy Secretary Adrienne Todman from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development.
With all of HUD's senior officials. Leaders will have opportunities to engage on policies that impact tribal communities, and as well as provide perspective on how our programs are working to help you. It is our hope that this committee will help HUD write a new chapter in our history of tribal engagement. Another very major announcement that I'm pleased to share today is related to HUD's Section 184 Indian Home Loan Guarantee Program. As many of you know, Section 184 is synonymous with homeownership in Indian country. This program is designed to help American Indian and Alaska Native families own their own home. Through 184, HUD has helped thousands of families own their own homes and originated almost $900 million in homeownership loans. And we want those numbers to grow. They must grow. After extensive tribal consultation sessions, HUD will soon publish a new rule to modernize the Section 184 program. And we hope it will provide more flexibility and opportunity to make sure more families can own their home. Relatedly, HUD will soon begin a new demonstration program that will give tribes and tribally designated housing entities the flexibility to use financing from 184 to construct rental housing for workers in tribal communities. We have heard from you how difficult it is to attract and attain skilled workers, due in part to lack of affordable housing. We are hoping that this new demonstration program will help. Honoring the federal government's trust responsibility to tribal communities has been a priority for this administration. At HUD, we will continue to do everything we can to use our resources and guidance to help you help your communities and people thrive. We are thankful for your leadership, and we are honored by your partnership. Stay well.
Please welcome to the stage for a conversation on climate and clean energy, Chairwoman Janet Alkire of the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe, Vice President Fawn Sharp of the Quinault Indian Nation, Secretary Pete Buttigieg from the United States Department of Transportation, Brian Deese, Assistant to the President and Director of the White House National Economic Council, and Ali Zaidi, Assistant to the President and National Climate Advisor. This discussion will be moderated by Brian Newland, Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs at the United States Department of the Interior.
Can you guys hear me? All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Ani Buju Indanawe Maganaduk, Minogijip. My name is Brian Newland. I serve as Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs here at the Department of the Interior. And we have an exciting panel this afternoon to help get you out of your food coma after that wonderful lunch and performance. So we're going to cut right to it. I will introduce our panelists. First, we have at the end Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg. We have, yes. We have the Director of the White House National Economic Council, Brian Deese. We have the President's National Climate Advisor, Ali Zaidi, President Fawn Sharp, known to you all, and Chairwoman Janet Elkire of the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe. So we're going to try to make sure we get to some audience questions, but we've got a lot of important topics to hit. And our first question today is for our tribal leaders on the panel. President Sharp, how is climate change affecting Native communities, and what impacts and challenges are you seeing on the ground?
Yes, excellent question. Thank you. Climate change is definitely real. It has not only physical impacts, but certainly psychological impacts to the Quinault Nation. We have lived for millennia on the coast of the state of Washington, and I am currently working on relocating 2 of our villages to higher ground. We see sea level rise. Highway 101, our only access road to Quinault, is now about to go into the ocean. And we have elders who live to be close to 100 living right on the coastline when large waves have crashed into Quinault. And so our village is underwater. The place where our ancestors signed our treaty is underwater. And so climate change is real, and it's threatening everything that relates to Quinault's life right now.
Thank you, President Sharp. Chairwoman Elkire.
Thank you. Hani Washte. My name is Janet Elkire. As you know, I'm the chairwoman of the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe. I'm really honored to be on this panel with these esteemed colleagues here and experts in this area. For me, I've been the tribal chair for Standing Rock for 1 year. I'm pretty new, and I'll be honest, I was very nervous to come and sit in front of all you tribal leaders that have been doing this for a really long time. But I am honored to be here and speak for my people. Yesterday, I talked about the coming and what is happening at Standing Rock, and thinking about it, I was thinking, you know, in this room right now, we have every single one of you are water protectors. And we at Standing Rock, thank you for coming when we needed you. We'll always say that. I think the chairman before me said that. The chairman that's going to come after me will say that, because it comes down to protecting our water, protecting our environment for our people, and climate change. I'm grateful that this administration takes climate change very seriously. And in regards to the Missouri, right now we are experiencing severe drought. The water is basically, I don't know if, and I'm thinking that some of you probably were there during the protests. The water is basically like a stream. You can't really take a boat in it. Our boats get stuck on the Missouri because some of it's only 1 foot tall, 1 foot. And so it's pretty serious. But I think what it comes down to at Standing Rock, we know that it's climate change and we know there's a drought, but we also know, and I don't mean to offend anyone when I talk about stuff, my administration, I made a decision that I was going to stay with 2 values for the 4 years of my administration, and so I come here with that. And the 2 values are truth and compassion. I will always tell the truth. And when I talk about compassion, someone said, how does that relate to Washington, D.C., I said, the compassion is that you need to put yourself in our shoes. Feel what we feel every day. So those are the two guiding principles for me in my administration.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll turn back to you with our second question. What are the barriers that tribes face when trying to develop clean energy or entering the clean energy economy? Chairwoman Alkire?
How about I read? I actually wrote down stuff, so I better read. So, you know, yesterday we also talked about, I think me and Fawn agree on this. When we talk about renewables and what is happening for the future, in regards to renewables, I was talking to my brother when I was coming out here and letting him know that this was a topic I was going to talk about. And he kind of thought, why, you know? And I said, because for the first time, I feel like, maybe it's just me, I shouldn't say the first time, but for me it is, in regards to what is happening with renewables, and I'm talking solar, I'm talking wind, we're talking geothermal, we're talking a lot of different things like that, and EVs. It's like a train that's leaving the station. And this is how I explained to him. I said, we finally, as this train is leaving the station in regards to clean energy and renewals, and including Indian country in this regard, this train is actually offering us a ticket to ride this train. And I said, so I think that the tribes need to stay on top of this issue. I know we have so many issues as tribal leaders that we deal with, and a lot of them are very immediate. And we always think, if we're going to have $1 million, are we going to put $1 million to in this area, or put $1 million for road? I mean, we come through these decisions as tribal leaders every day. What is more important? And it's always the immediate need. So I think in this regard, the train, if they can make sure that the tribes have a ticket in this, and I'm talking in regards to equity again, I'm talking about inclusion, I'm talking about, of course, the environmental justice portion of it, but I also believe that we should have a ticket on this train as it moves forward into the future, especially what the President shared earlier. I believe that I told my brother this, and he said, I said, but you know why? Is because we paid for that train and we paid for that track. So we need to be on this train. And then Vaughn said, no, I think we need a new train. Airplane. Okay.
President Sharp?
Yes, thank you. I think some of the biggest barriers that we have is our ability to be very strategic and aggressive and proactive. As tribal nations, that's how we are, that's how we operate. But we can't be aggressive, we can't be strategic, and we can't be proactive if we don't have real clear and steady access to capital to be able to do these things. I mean, tribal nations have done this for millennia. We have new and emerging science. We know the connection that we have to our natural world, our homelands. We know what it needs. We know how to bring healthy salmon runs back. We know we have this long history, but our inability to access capital to be able to do this in a very strategic way has been a major barrier. And so this morning, with the announcement to the Quinault Nation, we now have a good 25% of what we need to relocate our village to higher ground. So thank you, Sioquil, for that. And that's has been a major barrier for us to aggressively move out of the tsunami zone. So thank you.
Thank you, President Sharp. And
Can I add one more thing?
Sure thing.
I'm sorry.
Chairwoman.
I don't want my my team to be mad at me because I came out here for Standing Rock and they gave me my marching orders, you know, my people and our staff. But the biggest thing, they said, make sure you mention the access to capital, just like you said, and the access to the grid, and also the interconnection agreements. So I think I'm not sure if everyone understands all these lingo about power purchase agreements and everything, but I encourage tribal leaders learn about them. because this is the new language that we're gonna need to know for our people in regards to economic development. Okay, I'm done, sorry.
No, that's important to note, Chairwoman. Thank you. And that's another priority that we've been highlighting at the summit so far today. So thank you for raising that. Our next question will be for Mr. Zaidi and Director Deese. How can the federal government support tribes in transitioning from conventional to clean energy?
That's a great question. I want to just maybe underline something we just heard. You know, when we talk about climate action, I think we tend to talk about greenhouse gases, we talk about solar and wind. At its core, part of the conversation's a conversation about power. Who has the power in building the future that we're talking about? Who's going to benefit from it? And one of the things that I think the conversation often gets diverted to is, let's deploy solar and wind on tribal lands. Okay, that's part of the solution, but who's gonna own the substation asset? Who's gonna own that on-ramp onto the transmission line? And one of the things I'm really proud of in this administration is that we're hopefully being a good partner to all of you in making sure that answer could be the tribes. Because that's going to determine who benefits. And I think that's a really, really important thing for folks to spend time investing in figuring out how you carry that forward. You know, we were able to bring together a number of you and your energy advisors just a couple of months ago, and hopefully you all know Waheela Johns at the Department of Energy, for a conference that was specifically focused on making sure you have access to the most senior members of the Department of Energy team as you think about these questions. But what we realized in doing that was this couldn't just be a conference that happened for a couple of days. And so today, the Department of Energy is launching an initiative focused on clean energy transition and tribes to be an ongoing partner in that work. And in fact, one of the first MOAs under that initiative that's being launched today is with the Navajo Nation, who, by the way, do have their eyes set on a substation asset being part of their energy strategy. So I think the answer is we've got to do exactly what we're talking about. Be the partner in helping folks think through not only the clean electricity being generated, but how it gets deployed, who monetizes the benefit.
Right. Director Deese?
Well, I want to start by thanking all of you for being here and your time. I want to pick up with the analogy that the chairman used, because I think it's incredibly apt, and start big and then go small. The train analogy that you used, which is we talk a lot about climate action. We know the risks. We know the risks of climate change that are real and are particularly felt by communities that don't have large stocks of assets. But the opportunity, the economic opportunity, I'm the President's economic advisor. The scale of the clean energy transition is the biggest economic opportunity for our country since at least the Industrial Revolution. There is more opportunity on that train. That train is bigger than anything that we have seen in most of our lifetimes in terms of the economic opportunity. So while I think there is an imperative for folks to get on, the upside opportunity is enormous, because this will transform. It's not just about how we generate electrons. It's not just about renewables. It's about how we move from place to place. We have the Secretary of Transportation here who knows a thing or two about that. It's about how we live. It's about where we live. It's about all of these things together, and that opportunity is enormous. That's my big point number one. But the point number two is that the communities that have powered this country and that have harnessed our fossil resources for decades are the communities that need to be at the front edge of this transition. And many tribes and tribal communities have taken advantage of our fossil assets to build wealth, to build knowledge, to build expertise. And we collectively need to leverage that and put those communities at the center of it. And so the one thing I just want to make sure you are all aware of is that one of the first executive orders, one of the first actions this president took upon becoming president was establishing an interagency working group on coal and fossil fuel communities. And the basic theory of that was to say, these people, these communities have capabilities and also have the right to be at the front of this clean energy transition, but that won't happen on its own. That won't happen unless we put ourselves in the shoes of the communities who operate. The fear that comes from having to be part of this transition, but also the new tools, the new language, the new resources necessary to make that transition. So we understand that as a federal partner, what we need to do is bring resources to bear to listen and to figure out how to ensure that access to capital, how to bring technical assistance to bear. We're doing that in a number of places across the country. We're trying to launch rapid response teams in these communities where there might be a power plant that's going to shut down. There might be a large industrial employer that is needing to make a transition. So we're there before, not just after that happens, to figure out how to facilitate the transition. That's a commitment from us and a commitment from the president to try to make this work. And I think one of the more concrete ways in which you answer your question, how the federal government can actually be a partner in accelerating this transition in an equitable way.
Thank you, Director Deese. Mr. Secretary, I want to bring you into this conversation because when we're talking about climate change, we have to talk about the emissions from transportation, which make up over a quarter of the greenhouse gases that are emitted here in the United States. And President Biden has set an ambitious target to get to 50% electric vehicle share of auto sales in the United States by 2030. And to that end, we have the president making investments of $7.5 billion to build out the first ever nationwide EV charging network of a 500,000 EV charging stations. So, Mr. Secretary, what can the administration do to ensure that tribes are a part of the EV future of the country and that federal resources for EV development are shared equitably and that we're being supportive of tribal economies?
Well, thanks. This is very important to us to get right. First of all, I should say how appreciative I am to be part of this and how great it is to be with tribal leaders. I've had the honor of visiting many of you in your communities, and we're so glad to be with you here in Washington. When it comes to this question, I think transportation is one of those areas that can be damaged a great deal by climate change. Just most recently, for example, we were with the Hopi community seeing H60, which affects Hopi, Navajo, and a lot of others communities and gets washed out so frequently. Just one example from around the country of what's at stake in terms of receiving the harms of climate change. But also a great opportunity to get in on that clean energy transition that Brian was talking about. And that's especially true when it comes to this electric vehicle revolution. We recognize that tribal citizens are among those who stand the most to gain. First of all, because tribal citizens are among those who have often more financial pressure on their families, and so being able to save money through the opportunity to fuel cars with electrons and not gas is very important. And secondly, for those who are living in areas that are very spread out, the longer the distances in your drive, the more savings might come to you. But all of that only works if two things are true. If you can afford these vehicles in the first place, and if you have access to places and ways to charge them, including in places that maybe today are not automatically profitable for the private sector to do on their own. And that's part of where this $7.5 billion in funding for chargers can come in. So with all of that in mind, actually one piece of news that I'm delighted that we're able to announce today is the launch of the EV Initiative for Tribal Nations. What we're doing is led by and coordinated through the White House Council on Native American Affairs. We have 10 different federal agencies, us, Interior, Department of Energy, and several others, working on how to do things like map that proposed deployment of where the EV charging infrastructure goes so that it can benefit tribal nations, prioritizing projects that serve underserved areas, including tribal lands. providing the technical assistance to take advantage of funding opportunities, because it's whether it's here or any of our other grant programs, we hear loud and clear the voices from Indian countries saying it's great that you have all these programs, but if you expect us to compete for them, it's not always a level playing field. So we recognize needing to work on that. Providing the technical assistance to take advantage of the funding opportunities. Making sure the tribal schools are able to participate and succeed in this effort to replace diesel school buses with low or zero emission school buses, which is a real win-win for so many. Helping with tribal governments in their own purchases or leases of EV fleets, just as we're trying to do across the federal government. And maybe most importantly, just making sure that nation-to-nation relationship is one that we're upholding as we unfold this EV policy, which is one of the biggest transformations in U.S. transportation, really in modern history. So that's an example of how we think we can position tribal citizens to succeed, to win in everything from the benefits associated with owning and using EVs to the jobs associated with installing these charging networks and manufacturing these vehicles and the supply chains that go into them. So we're really excited about that. Look for more information coming soon on that. And of course, it only works if it works for our tribal partners. And so really excited to engage with everybody here on how to make the most of that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. As a reservation resident, and so many folks here have to drive an hour or more one way just to get groceries. This won't work unless there's access to EV charging stations in tribal communities, and we're really excited about this initiative. I want to turn back to our tribal leaders. President Sharp, I'll come to you, then Chairwoman Alkire. What's been your experience with electric vehicles, and how do you see this new initiative the Secretary talked about impacting your community?
Okay, great, thank you. We have electric vehicle chargers at our casino at Quinault, and we have plans for EV charging stations as we move our villages to higher ground. And so we've long known the transportation sector in the state of Washington is the most significant contributor of greenhouse gas emissions. And so early in our planning stages, as we talked about moving our villages to higher ground, we knew that there's going to come a point in time when everybody recognizes this is the largest contributor to greenhouse gases in the state of Washington. It's not a question of if, but when that's going to happen and develop. So that's part of our strategic planning efforts in moving to higher ground, and we've also installed it there at the casino right now. So we do have EV stations, and we have a couple council people that have electric motorcycles that they drive up to the council chambers, and so I think there's a little political pressure and demand to install them at the tribal office.
Thank you, President Sharp. Chairwoman Alkire.
I'm really actually very proud to talk about this because we have a Section 17 corporation that we started at Standing Rock, and it is strategic advancement goals for the environment, and it's SAGE. And they are separate, they're an entity of the tribe, and they are the ones that are doing the EV grants, the solar and the wind. And one of the things I have to say, I'm really proud of them. They are helping even with our tribal laws, our ordinances, they're getting all those in place. They are a public power authority. And that's pretty rare in Indian country to have that, because we do need to work with, it is actually like a tribal cooperative. And so for us up there in North Dakota, sometimes the cooperatives were not very friendly to us, right? And you have to, one of the sayings was that you have to pay to play this game, and I feel like back to the train, I'm really hoping that right now that I see the environment that we are in right now, that we can be a part of this. Our tribe belongs to the Upper Midwest Intertribal EV Charging Community. And it's a group of, and they received a $6 million grant in order to do the charging stations. And But the trick was, and I have to mention this, is you had to have a 50% match. And like I said, the resources for our tribes to get involved in this, it's just not easy and not feasible for us, especially making these types of decisions. But I think through that partnership, we were able to participate, and I'm really, really grateful for our SAGE SAGE Group, our corporation, for doing it and keep moving forward. We're actually looking at having 5 to 6 plug-ins for EVs. We're looking at our government having some electric vehicles, so we could see how that will save us money, because everything about the tribe is about saving money. And because everything is you have to be really good about saving money at the tribe. And then we're going to 6 DC fast charging stations, and we're going to have 16 level 2 charging stations. And we're working on the workforce portion in training and developing those within our tribe. And I guess. But I really want to say is I want to also be real here and be truthful as a tribal leader. No one is driving a fancy Tesla down our country roads, you know. No offense, Mrs. Secretary, they're full of potholes. I'll mention Kennel Road right now. But that's okay, I'm just messing with you. But we really do need, we're talking about EVs and we want to be part of that train, but also we have the secretary here, and I know tribal leaders. I talked to Brian, I said, I'll be short because I really want the tribal leaders to be able to talk to the secretary. And so we do know that roads on our reservations is one of the biggest issues that we deal with. So I'll end it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Secretary, any quick response?
Yeah, no, point is well taken. And part of what we're trying to make sure of is that this is, again, affordable and accessible, right? So, for example, the Inflation Reduction Act made sure that there were tax credits to help make sure used vehicles as well as new vehicles qualified. That's how Chasten and I got in on EVs. We got a used Ford C-Max. It was a plug-in hybrid. Cost us about $14,000, and we could plug it in the garage. And we saved a lot of money by owning one. But part of the thinking here with this funding is, obviously, some of the roads that I saw, certainly in the Southwest, maybe more candidates for the F-150 than either my little old C-Max or a Tesla or anything like it. But again, it's got to be affordable, which is why we got these tax credits. And we got to have enough chargers out there that people can count on being able to get the charge they need. And that kind of access doesn't happen on its own. And we know that it's not necessarily profitable. That's why we want to make sure we're intervening. So the point's well taken, but part of what it means to move into this EV revolution, right, is to, frankly, get away from that first chapter where it was the early adopters and it's the people in cities, with a lot of money to take a chance on a new technology, and watch this become something that people of every income level in every part of the country can take advantage of. And we're under no illusion that that's the reality today. It's exactly why we think it's so important to invest and partner together to make it a reality tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Zaidi, let's talk about the infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act. How can these two massive investments led by President Biden support tribes in climate resilience efforts?
So, Secretary was just talking about the EV tax credit. So, $14,000 used car, you get $4,000 on the hood to bring down that cost with that tax credit. If it's a new car, $7,500. That is part of a broad suite of rebates and tax credits that will help us make it more affordable for more folks to be able to take advantage of these technologies. I think what we're going to have to do is make sure that we're pairing all of these programs with the engagement that's necessary so that people actually become aware of how to use these technologies. And then, I mean, just to go to the potholes point, you know, I think we also just have to be clear-eyed about the fact that when we talk about electric vehicles, we're talking about an environment where people pay 10, 15 cents a kilowatt hour for electricity. For some tribes, it's 4 times as high. And the big challenge that we face there is how are we actually going to shift to cheaper sources of electricity before we can harness that cheap electricity to run our cars, right? So to that end, one of the big things that we're trying to do is not only use these tools in terms of grants and rebates, but also use our procurement power. So one of the things we're announcing today is that when the federal government goes out and buys clean electricity, the president set a target to get to 100%, that we will preference tribal communities that are generating that clean electricity. And here's why that matters, because for a lot of folks, those projects have been on the margin, right? And if you build the project, maybe there's not enough demand in the community to support a whole project coming online. The federal government, other big purchasers coming in and offering to be the off-taker for a big chunk of that power, now all of a sudden that big project that could deliver electricity at something like 8, 9, 10 cents a kilowatt hour, cut people's electricity bills, can actually be a viable project. So one is the consumer rebates, the second is procurement, the third is these are not, when we talk about all these tax credits, people's eyes glaze over, and that's a pretty reasonable response to tax policy. But this is not the same old tax credit. To get the full value of a tax credit, as the code is now written, you have to get 10% of your labor hours from apprenticeships. So for a lot of you who are like, well, I don't do energy policy, well, maybe you do want to get young people into new jobs. This tax credit is for that. And for once, we've decided to be deliberate about where this stuff gets built out. So there's actually an adder, 10% more tax credit, if you deploy in disadvantaged communities. And if you look at where that overlaps from a census tract perspective, that's going to mean more projects in Indian country. And then finally, this is a really exciting thing. So, I think a lot of you have probably got the experience, we talked about access to capital, of going to a bank. And they've got 2 projects in front of them, right? And they get to decide which one makes the most sense. Now we have an incentive within the tax code that allows for direct pay for projects developed by tribes, nonprofits, rural cooperatives. That sets you at an advantage relative to for-profit utilities trying to build the same exact thing. So I think whether it's at the consumer facing, whether it's the procurement power of the government, whether it's grants, whether it's the tax code, there is not only resources available and the technical assistance I talked about earlier, but hardwired into the economics of how this stuff has been built is a sensitivity and an appreciation that we've got to use this moment to pull forward as much opportunity in places that have been left behind as possible.
Sorry, just one more minute. I just want to be sure to be connected to reality. I'm sure there are a lot of people, a lot of tribal citizens who will hear us talking gas car versus electric car, new car versus used car, and saying, that's nice. I don't have a car. I don't think I'm going to have a car anytime soon. At best, I have a cousin. My cousin has an unreliable car. Maybe it's an unreliable cousin. And so we get what a lot of folks are up against there. So the other piece of news I have to make is that we're hosting the first ever tribal transit symposium. And it'll be open to all of the 574. And we really want to be working with you on the transit side too. We don't assume that many or most people have access to a privately owned vehicle. And whether it's making that greener or just making it available, we want to work very closely with you on the transit side too.
Thank you, Secretary. And Director Deese, we'll close with you with probably the toughest question. We talk a lot about renewable energy technology, but all of that technology requires critical minerals that are often found either within tribal lands or in traditional tribal homelands of cultural importance. What is the administration, or how can the administration balance the need for these critical minerals with the rights and interests of tribal nations?
Yeah, I think it's important that we are real and honest and very open about this reality. Because we talk about electric vehicles, we talk about solar panels, but in the same way that it is coal and natural gas and oil that have powered the fossil economy, it is lithium and nickel and cobalt and rare earth metals, these critical minerals that will power the clean energy economy. And we have now an urgent economic and national security imperative to secure reliable supply chains of these materials, both the mining, the processing, and the recycling of these materials. Because as this clean energy boom unleashes, if we do not build those resilient supply chains, we as a nation will become increasingly reliant on principally China, but other foreign countries as well, who don't share our values, but who could have extraordinary economic control over those supply chains in ways that, we have seen the vulnerability during COVID, our entire national economy of supply chains that are too brittle and not resilient enough. So this is an urgent imperative to do so, but we also have to name that the historic legacy of our country when it comes to mining of critical materials has too often been a legacy of deep injustice for tribes and tribal communities. And so what we can do, what we need to do, is we need to start by recognizing that the law in the United States that governs hard rock mining is 150 years old. It doesn't reflect reality of today, and it doesn't reflect our values fully. So we need to reform and we need to update, but we need to do so by listening to the voices of tribal communities and tribal leaders in formulating that response. So that's what we have committed to do. I thank many of you who have been part of those consultations over the last several months. And today we are outlining a set of actions and recommendations for how to update those laws to reflect the rights and the voices of tribal communities in every stage in that process. And I will just say, going forward, as we seek those reforms, I think the thing that we can most constructively do as a partner is to be very real about being able to talk about this issue around tables and recognize that there are no easy solutions, and that as we think about doing mining and processing, this is tough work. It's tough work in communities, wherever those communities are. And some of that will happen outside the United States. Some of that is going to happen here in the United States as well. But to do so in a spirit of partnership and a recognition that our generation, now with the tools that Ali outlined in the Inflation Reduction Act and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, it is incumbent on our generation to build with scale and speed of the clean energy economy, but respect the rights and the values of our tribal nations in building critical mineral supply chains. That's hard, but we have the tools we need to do it. And so, what we need to do is we need to be very intentional about this work as we go forward. That's a commitment we would make, on behalf of the administration.
Thank you, Director Deese. Thank you to all of our panelists. I know that we know that tribal leaders here, we know that you want to engage us in a dialogue. We want to hear from you. We have White House Council engagement sessions later this afternoon where we will do more listening than talking. But we have to cut this panel short at this time to make sure that we catch up for everybody who's scheduled to be here. I want to thank our panelists for a great discussion, for joining us with their taking time out of their busy schedules. Again, thank all of you, and we look forward to hearing from you later this afternoon. Miigwech.
We'll be taking a short break at this time and we'll resume momentarily. Cassius Spears, if you are in the audience, could you please come to the registration desk to recover a lost item? Ladies and gentlemen, our program will begin shortly. We invite tribal leaders to please fill any open seats towards the front of the auditorium. Thank you. Please welcome to the stage Chairman Mark Macaro of the Pechanga Band of Luiseno Indians. Please welcome to the stage Chairman Mark Macaro of the Pechanga Band of Luiseno Indians.
Did you get it? Did you really get it? May you yum. Greetings, everybody. Palova chamkai. May you yum no otnanum, no nashkinum, no atwalam. Love kapiva atwana riva opomesh. Greetings. My name is Mark Macaro. I am the tribal chairman for the Pechanga Band of Indians in Temecula in Southern California. And good afternoon. I said greetings, my friends, fellow Indian people, my elders, and it's good afternoon. It's good here with all of you. So as a tribal leader of 27 years from Southern California with my tribe, I've known the Vice President for many years now. As California's Attorney General, as our U.S. Senator, and now as Vice President. Her experience in elected office is reflected here in Washington as she and President Biden, in partnership with Secretary Haaland, are engaging with our tribal nations in an unprecedented manner, unprecedented fashion, in a way we have not seen before. And in particular, her understanding of the Indian Child Welfare Act through her time as Attorney General is invaluable as we fight against those who not only seek to remove our children from their families and tribal communities, but also are threatening the very foundations of tribal sovereignty. Vice President Harris also brings a critical voice from the West to the White House. That voice is inclusive of the tribal perspective, including the many urban Native communities throughout our region. So, at this moment, in this remarkable administration that is carving new paths for Indian country, I am proud to introduce to you my friend, Vice President Kamala Harris.
Good afternoon. Chairman Macaro, thank you so very much. As he said, we have been long-standing friends. We've worked together in many ways over many years. So thank you for your friendship and for your decades of work. As the chairman said, as a proud daughter of California, I know the difference that so many of the leaders here have made, not only for the state of California, but for the entire nation. And it's my great honor to be with all of you. I want to, in particular, acknowledge our incredible Secretary, Deb Haaland, who is, I see her in the cabinet room. I see her, sometimes we fly to different parts of the country together. I see her work, I see her advocacy, I see her strength, I see her fight. You are a fighter for so many, and an inspiration to so many people, Deb. Thank you so very much. Truly. So it is an honor to be with everyone today. And it goes without saying, every day, tribal leaders help America live up to our highest ideals. You are the fighters for freedom, for justice, for equality. Your work is the work to ensure security and opportunity for all. you speak truth about our country's history so that the lessons of our past can guide us toward a better future. And I thank you with deep thanks for your leadership and for your partnership. President Joe Biden and I believe the bonds between our nations are sacred, and we believe we have a duty to safeguard and strengthen those bonds, a duty to honor tribal sovereignty, to ensure tribal self-determination, to uphold our trust and treaty obligations, and to fight to make sure all Native communities have the support and the resources they need to succeed and to thrive. And to do so, we must always speak truth, no matter how difficult it is for some to hear, about our history. As a result of centuries of broken treaties, harmful assimilation practices and policies, displacements, dispossession, and violence, deep disparities persist across Indian country. Disparities in education, healthcare, infrastructure, and economic opportunity, which have held so many back in spite of their God-given potential. Since taking office, our administration has fought to bridge these divides. We have put equity at the center of all of our work. And with the help of so many of the leaders in this room, we have made real progress. Take, for example, the issue of maternal health in Native communities. I don't need to tell anyone here, but the fact is that before, during, and after childbirth, women in America die at a higher rate from pregnancy-related causes than women in any other wealthy or developed nation in the world. And for certain women, the risk here is even higher. Native women are more than twice as likely to die from pregnancy-related complications. I have fought for years to make maternal health, including Native maternal health, a national priority. As a United States Senator, I introduced a bill to invest in culturally competent care, to make sure that the voices of Native women are heard and, equally important, respected. As Vice President last year, I convened the first ever Federal Maternal Health Day of Action to make sure that America treats maternal mortality as the crisis that it is, and to center the perspectives and experiences of Native patients and providers. This year, our administration gave states the ability to expand postpartum Medicaid coverage from just 2 months to 12 months, to a full 12 months, which is long overdue. So far, more than half of all states have expanded this essential coverage, which means that today, hundreds of thousands more women and thousands more Native women can have access to things like pelvic exams and vaccinations, postpartum depression screenings, and regular checkups. Together, we are all also fighting to address economic disparities in tribal communities, in particular by expanding access to capital. America is powered by the ambition and aspiration of all her people. The ambition, the aspiration to start a business, to own a home, to get an education, to raise a family. But achieving that success requires access to capital and financial services, often. However, as we know, many Native communities are cut off from these essential resources. In fact, Native households are more than 3 times as likely to lack access to traditional financial institutions. So to address this inequity, our administration has invested more than $8 billion in community lenders, which are financial institutions that predominantly operate in overlooked and underserved communities. Often, these institutions are run by folks who live and work in those communities, people who understand the incredible potential that is just waiting to be unlocked, and who see firsthand the difference that their investments make. Since taking office, our administration has invested millions in community lenders who serve Native communities. Lenders like Native American Bank in North Dakota, which helped build a treatment facility for opioid addiction in the lands of the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa Indians, and lenders like Keepton in South Dakota, which helps Native farmers access the capital they need to upgrade their equipment, to buy more land, and to hire more employees. President Biden and I believe that to address economic disparities that hold far too many communities back, we must combine the expertise and experience of the private sector with the reach and the scale that only the government can provide. That is why earlier this year, we launched the Economic Opportunity Coalition, a name we gave to a group of more than 20, as of now, 20 private sector organizations. We plan that group to grow, from banks and investment firms to technology companies and philanthropies. And together, these organizations have committed to invest tens of billions of dollars in historically underserved communities, including many Native communities. Because they know that when we lift up places that have been left out and left behind, it benefits everybody. And our administration is also fighting for climate and environmental justice. Native communities are on the front line of the fight against the climate crisis. Land your tribes have long called home are increasingly being threatened by wildfire, drought, and sea level rise. And across America, Native communities are disproportionately impacted by toxic air and water pollution. All the while, we also know Native peoples have served as responsible stewards of our environment and natural resources for millennia. So, to create enduring solutions to the climate crisis, we must rely on your traditions, your expertise, your knowledge, your history, your leadership. And that is why, as one example, to uphold our commitment to our co-stewardship of public lands and waters and to protect tribal lands, President Biden restored Bears Ears National Monument. And that is why this year, as part of America's largest investment in fighting the climate crisis in history, we secured $720 million for tribes across the nation to help fund Native-led climate projects. Not telling you what's happened after it's happened, but actually you telling and speaking and leading on what should happen in a way that will be helpful and productive and a role model of what leadership looks like. And this work, of course, will be geared at doing the work of cleaning up pollution, funding climate resilience and adaptation, protecting forests and coastal habitats, and providing emergency drought relief. All of this work is critically important, and it is interconnected. We know when we reduce air and water pollution, it has a positive impact on maternal health outcomes, a positive impact on our children and their ability to learn. We know that when women receive the health care they need, families and communities are stronger. We know that when we increase access to capital, it creates opportunity for everyone. Since taking office, with your partnership, President Biden and I have fought to make sure all Native families can thrive, and we are proud of the progress we have made so far. But we know Native families and communities